Yellamundie Library has 6 branches. This is our main branch in the CBD. It's called Yellamundie. And named Yellamundie as a Darug word for storyteller. If you, some housekeeping, toilets are out there to your left down the hall. For morning tea, we do have a hot water urn over there, but there is also a hot water tap just out the hallway as well. Also, if you get any time during morning tea or lunch, we have the Liverpool Women's Health Centre art exhibition happening at the moment, and that exhibition is also going to lead to us receiving their archives into our collection as well at the end of it. So it's pretty exciting. It's quite extensive. It's got not just about the Women's Health Centre, but it's got a lot of things about women's studies and activism in the 70s, posters and prints. So we're pretty excited to be receiving that at the end of the exhibition. So before we start, I would like to acknowledge and pay respect to the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Cabral clan of the Darug Nation, and we also acknowledge that this land was also accessed by the Darawal and Darug Nations. So now I'll pass it over to Donna to get started.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you for hosting this meeting. We do appreciate it. I know it's a lot of work, but it's worthwhile. I'd like to welcome you all and thank you for coming along, and thank you for RSVPing. It's really important that we get people to RSVP. We've got quite a lot on today, so I will ask that people keep their talks to the 30 minutes and we keep Q&A to 10 minutes. But there's always morning tea and afternoon tea where you can ask questions. So first up, I'll introduce Doug from ICS. ICS? Yeah. Doug rang me wanting to see if he could do any work for Mosman Library. And I thought, no, not at this stage, but we do need someone to come and talk about this topic. So I'd like to introduce Doug from ICS to talk about analog to digital, which we all think about and we all do up to a point. And then this is very close sometimes. Please welcome Doug.
Thank you, Donna. Invited me to come and talk and share my wares, so to speak. I'd also like to acknowledge the Darug Nations that we're on the land looking there. And I'd also acknowledge the number of clans, which is where I'm based in Canberra, obviously Canberra. So, as I said, I work for Church Conservation Services. I head up the Consumer Gallery Services division, which I also look after our Canberra operations. I'm based down there. Institutions down there. And I've been doing it a bit of work for over 20 years or so. And my background is sort of more collection management, but I'll talk about ICS in a second. So I'll give a bit of a background to ICS and to what NGS or Gallery Services does in ICS, and then talk about how we work with digitalisation here and some of the things we do for clients and some of the things we're looking at doing for clients, some opportunities. And I'm sure some of what I'll talk about, I'm sure totally across and I'm talking about, but I'd like to think hopefully I'll give you some insights and some tips and tricks and things you can look at that will help manage the collections. One of the things I was just talking to Tara is about funding, which of course everyone struggles with.
Excuse me, Doug, can you be a bit more directional on the microphone, please? Because people online aren't hearing it. Can I get a thumbs up from those online, please, if that's working better?
Yeah, they're better. Sounds very loud here.
It's probably going to, but we need the people online to be able to,
okay.
So, and this is kind of a point for everyone. If you can really face the microphone when you're speaking, that will help those online. So
as I was saying, what I was discussing with Tara before was about funding collections, and what I'm hoping that you'll get out of this is what we try to do is to help you prioritise where the funding can go and the activities you do, collections you look at, digitise, because there's a lot of stuff out there to digitise, and there's only so many dollars that are available. So that's, I might not say that explicitly in here, but that's underlying what I'm trying to. So, you can ignore the red slide, that was right. So,
Next one.
next one, next. So, ICS. So, we've been in operation for well over 30 years. Our head office is based in Sydney and Chatswood, probably quite a lot of you have dealt with head office in Chatswood, but we're currently seem to be expanding at a bit of a rate. So, we've got 10 staff down in Melbourne now. We've just opened a Brisbane office. We've got a Perth office. And I've been looking after Canberra for 20 odd years as well.
You're going to have to keep facing forward. You're going out every time you're turning around. Really sorry, I'm getting comments from online. Apologies.
So I can just see what I'm talking about. So we operate, while we have all the different division offices, we operate in 3 broad divisions, which are objects and outdoor heritage. Get that wrong, objects, outdoor and heritage. Built heritage, fine and decorative arts, which is paintings, works on paper, that sort of thing, and then museum and gallery services, which I look after. And museum and gallery services encompasses a lot of more specialist things. So we do digitalisation, for example, as we talked here, but art security. So we do a lot of art security for museums and galleries around Australia. Object tracking, so RFID. Anyone wants to talk about RFID, how important this is. Public art surveys, collection management, that's, as I said before, that's sort of my background. So collection management, policy, procedures, writing, and cataloguing collections and collection management related to that. So, next slide, please. So this is so museum gallery services that I look after. Those are the areas in particular that MGS deals with, like I said, collections, data tracking, RFID, and then the digitalisation of collections. So, and all of the processes around that, and that's what we'll be looking at today. So, about looking at preservation of collections through digitalisation, and the actual digital preservation process as well. Assessing collections for digitalisation, we'll get on to all that. As you can understand, there's reasons why we do digitalisation. It's for all of those things out there: reduce handling, increase public access, reduce exposure to light, so that we can keep things in storage, limit damage through excessive access. But some of the things that I want to touch on a bit later are what some of the things we can actually do with these collections once we have them digitalised. And I'm sure you're looking at, we've got already, Australia has got collections, lots of collections digitalised, and we're really only starting to scratch the surface of some of the things we can do with it. I'll get on to a bit later, but things like Atlas of Living Australia, which brings together all sorts of data sets together and helps us create use information to manage Australia's living biota. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are some of the digitalisation services that ICS does. So we do, we come in and look at collections, and we provide strategic advice around how to digitalise those, but we can also provide advice around what actually needs to happen to the physical object. So in terms of the preservation requirements, in terms of, unfortunately, mould seems to be the issue of the day. It's never ending. But also the metadata around your collections, how they're housed, how they're stored, any fixings, so staples and paper clips, and simple things like that, but any tears in collections and paper-based objects, and preparation for them for the digitalisation process. We also, in the MGS area in particular, we also do a lot of work with liaising with, this is an area that I know a lot of local history areas have issues with, is dealing with the council IT departments and getting them to understand the requirements of local history collections, especially once you present with them, well, you know, we're going to digitise our collections and it'll result in several terabytes of data, and they all fall off their chair and go, what are you talking about? So I've done a lot of IT related stuff, so I can sort of talk their language and get them to understand the issues around this, and then the issues with ongoing digital preservation, that as much as people work in IT, they tend not to actually understand that side of things. They're a lot more about the here and now rather than the long term. So we try to work collaboration and do working groups with local history people and staff and the IT department and council to try and get everyone on the same page so that they're all moving together on the same. So that is getting better, I have to say. I do find it so yeah, some of the other things. Some of the other things I'm going to talk about is social media stuff, which is probably something everyone's running scared of in terms of archiving. But we've done a couple of projects where we looked at actually how and what you need to do in terms of social media. So we'll look at that a bit later on. And also I want to talk about the dreaded AI and the pros and cons of AI. I'll give some examples right at the end. That might be a bit of a conversation starter of things you can do with AI right now, whether you should or not. But then, yeah, that might get us into questions, I imagine, at the end. So, go to the next slide. So I've just got some, because we deal in nice pretty objects and things, so I've got some nice pretty pictures just to get the ball rolling. So these, if we just slowly, these are some things that we've worked on recently. If you go to the next slide. And these are collections that we've worked on that have been digitised. We often work with, you probably all know Datacom IT, that's a company we work with closely. We've done a lot of the digitisation. We do sort of project management. They often do it. If there's some of these sorts of things, if they're in our conservation lab being conserved, we'll often do the digitisation in-house, if that's a requirement of the job, but often thousands and thousands of things. We'll work with a crowd like Datacom, but we'll conserve them first, prepare them for digitisation, then they'll be transferred to Datacom's facilities. And we'll work with their client to make sure that standards are met. Microphone. And this is actually the Botanic Gardens in Sydney, which was the Picture digitisation project of the herbarium specimens collection. So that's actually a conveyor belt of specimens going under a big black box which has got a camera in it. And so we worked with Picture on the deployment of that project at the Botanic Gardens there. And that system has then since gone to Canberra for the herbarium in Canberra and done their collections. And the Speedo collection from Powerhouse Museum, that's a fun one. So, and these are some cryptography devices in John Gordonville in Canberra that's recently, and when I say mould, these things were actually pulled out and we've digitised the paper-based things, but as you can see the floor there, it got old floods, the whole building was flooded, so these were taken out. It's currently still being treated for mould. And this is the Siro where we conserve, that's a mural, that Siro, that's still in place on the left-hand side. And so paintings conservators came and consolidated that, conserved it, and then we digitised it and made a basically a full-size replica that's in the visitor centre. Yeah, it's and that it's hard to tell from that, but it's really amazing. It's sort of the whole story of DNA and life and things in the evolution. So, what is the digitisation process? You know, what have we got to do when we digitise collections? So the first thing we do as consultants is we work with you to assess and plan the collection. Following that, and I'll talk about all these things through the rest of my talk, but these are the main aspects and steps. You know. Following that, the assessment and planning and prioritisation, which I'll get onto. We then go, well, what are the conservation considerations? What do we need to do to preserve or prepare these things for digitisation? And then looking at what are the technical things, what are the actual bits of hardware that we're going to need to deploy and can we do that in-house, or do we need to outsource it? Do we have the staff, do we have the training? And then are there any legal or ethical issues to take into account, like copyright, access to public access? Can that be mitigated? What are the catalogue? What's the data standards we need to apply for this stuff? Can it be automated? That's one thing to take into account. And then once we've done all that, there's actually doing the digitalisation process. So you've made all these decisions, and then it's the process of doing. That's can be quite labour intensive, and it needs to make sure that there's material prepared in time so that you actually make that workflow, because you've often got contracts with outsourced companies. And then once we get our collections digitalised, what do we do with it? How do we use it? How can people access it? And what systems can we put in place for that? And then what are some of the challenges, and then what are some of the opportunities around that we'd already talked about, in things like social media and AI and other issues. Okay. Okay, so when we go and assess and plan our collection, probably the first thing we do is look at what are the physical things that we've got. And these are the sorts of collections we often see in your type collection, photographs, maps, plans, vertical files. There's different terms for them, but you probably all know what I mean by vertical files. They will often appear to be the biggest challenge when it comes to digitalisation, but there's actually fairly straightforward ways of doing those. And then ledgers, of course, and then your artwork collection, and then often the microfilm and microfiche. Is quite good digitalisation thing. But then when we assess those, we've got to look at, especially things for microfilm, or microfiche, which are essentially a sort of pseudo digitalisation in the past. What's the quality like? Is it actually worth digitalising that film, or should we go back to the originals and digitalise straight from the original again? They're the sorts of things that we're looking at when we assess these collections. Another aspect in there is also looking at things that have been digitalised in the past and you've got on CDs, USB sticks, hard drives, etc., all those things. They are a big liability, I have to say, and most times when I've gone through looking at those in the last 10, 15 years, there's a reasonable proportion of those files that are currently degraded, unavailable, bit rots happened, all the CDs unreadable, DVDs unreadable, there's lots of issues with things on legacy media, and that's probably the lowest hanging fruit, I have to say, is to try to assess those and get it off if you've got any floating around. So one of the things we really try and do once we're assessing collections is then take that assessment and then apply what I call a prioritisation matrix over the top of them, and that it can take into a range of factors, but it broadly takes into account significance, and it's maybe not what the purest significance from the heritage sector, but significance in terms of what's significant to the community, what's significant to your users, or what's significant to you, sort of thing. And then what's the amount of use and access that those collections are going to get in terms of physically. So if they're used all the time, that they might be of less significance. But by digitising them, you're going to reduce the need for them to constantly access them. That saves staff's time, and saves, if they're fragile material, that saves them as well. And then what is their susceptibility in terms of degradation or condition fragility? So if we don't, for example, if we don't digitise these things in the near future, things like film, not degraded film is a classic example, but if we don't digitise these things in the near future, are we going to lose it? So that raises their priority in terms of the matrix. So in the assessment, we try to do this prioritisation across the board, and then we then do like a sanity check, if you like, and say, right, well, these are the priorities we've come up with based on that, and then we'll discuss that with you in terms of, does that make sense, and then work through. And that ultimately then becomes your plan of attack. Right, these are the ones that are highest priority for these reasons, and then we can direct funds to get those digitised. So then the next step, so you've agreed, we want to get these things digitised, these are the things we're going to take first. You then look at resources. What can you actually do? It's a bit of a, you've got to assess basically, should we be buying equipment and managing equipment and having to have staff trained to do that? And sometimes that can be a wise investment, especially if you do have an enormous collection of, say, photographs or something, and you've got a process whereby you're going to do 1,000 photographs a week for the next 5 years, sort of thing. It may be more sensible to do that in-house. But contrasting that, you've got other people externally who do this day in, day out, and they have the best equipment, and they're across all the standards, and you can ship it to them for a price and stuff, and they'll do it to the quality required, and you can be pretty rest assured that they'll do a good job. So, yeah, there's some things to look at there, and we often work with you to try and make those decisions and help them. Because the other aspect, of course, is if you get technology in, so a copy stand, whatever, people have to be trained up to use that, to use the camera, and then manage the images that come out of that. And people have a habit of leaving, and then you have to train up the next person. So it's never ending. And yeah. So as I mentioned before, the CDs, DVDs, and hard drives, USB system, and in fact things that are maybe on your network but have been digitized before, all of that material needs to be looked at as well as part of this assessment. So there's a lot of collections that might have been digitized 20 years ago, and they could actually be in perfectly acceptable condition and to a suitable standard, and you don't have to access them. But what I do tend to find is that the classic example, I have to say, is that collections have been digitized 15, 20 years ago, and some derivatives were made for access. So good old JPEGs that are used for access, so 2 megabyte files. They're wonderful, they're good to look at on screen, but they're not preservation copies. And the preservation copies masters were put on the CD or DVD, and no one knows who they are. So there's often a process of actually delving into where all these files are. That takes a bit of time, but it's definitely worth doing, because it really is worthwhile digging out all those things, because there's a lot of activity that's been done in the past, a lot of organisations that shouldn't be wasted, basically. And then once we're looking at the project, we need to actually consult with the various stakeholders, making sure that all the staff and volunteers in the project are on board. But getting buy-in from the local community and your IT department, as I mentioned, and for a lot of you, nothing wrong with keeping the mayor up to date, especially if you can get a few pretty pictures that you can use, he or she can use. It always helps, I found. So next slide. So these are some of the things in terms of conservation, because this is what we focus on, that you need to look at, that I'm sure you're all across and have seen examples of. But there's book binding, there's corrosion, all those things you're probably all well aware of. Which is what the digitalisation process is there to try and not necessarily solve, but at least enable us to have ongoing access to a lot of these things. Because some of these things, like collections of Vinegar syndrome, there's not a great deal we can do, but digitalise them now before they expire, so to speak, is the ultimate goal. Yeah, I cannot harp on about mould. Mould seems to be everywhere at the moment. I don't know what's going on, and it is something that we are seeing all the time. And yeah, I should just say we've actually just opened a mould facility in our facility in Sydney. So mould storage room, mould treatment area, because it just seems to be never ending. Anyway, next slide. So these are some of the technical aspects to consider, which I've already talked about. But first of all is standards, and there are standards, of course, but I think we, and you probably all do, generally operate to the National Archives standards. They're pretty much the go-to standards, and they seem to be widely accepted around Australia. What these standards mean in practice, of course, is that with a lot of digitization, file sizes can be extremely large, and you've got to manage that. But the good thing is, just as a complete aside, I've literally just got fibre to the home, fibre to the premise at my place a week ago, and the world is a different place, I have to say, after living with fibre to the node for the last 5 years. And it doesn't sound like much, but I do remember a client saying, "Oh, well, that's a gigabyte file. It's going to take me." This is 2 years ago, I think. "It's going to take me, a few minutes to download it." And I was thinking, I had that same conversation with someone 10 years ago. No one in their wildest dreams would have thought of downloading a gigabyte file. So some of these things are a time factor and a technology, the sort of broader infrastructure technology issue that will be solved. So if I'd given this talk 5 years ago about National Archives standards, and I had a couple of National Archives people who are going, "Oh, these files are so big and we've got to deal with them." It's actually an issue that is not necessarily going away, but it's less of an issue now than it was even a few years ago. So, and some of those other things. So these are things just to be aware of when we're doing the assessment and planning. Is like I talked about before, looking at equipment and the actual scanning process. Do we get equipment in-house, and then will it be suitable long term, or should we take that cost and actually just spend it on outsourcing? And then once we get data, whether it's scanned internally or from an external provider, how do we ingest that into our existing systems? That's often an issue that happens because it needs fairly careful planning around metadata and consistency, and making sure that can be easily married up with whatever your system is. Actually, can I just get a little bit of a show of hands on who's on Recollect, sorry. Yeah. Not as many as I thought. So yeah. So Recollect seems to be a system that a lot of places are moving to, which does a lot of this stuff. It takes the ingest the system, but there are a lot of different systems out there. And then in relation to that, we've then got to look at how do we store and make accessible these digital collections.
My head up if I fall asleep with his drone.
Sorry, I'm just going to have to find who it is and mute them. No. Not quite, but I'll get there.
So yeah, so file storage and access. So once we get these large quantities of digital files, what is the best way of storing them? On our internal network or on the cloud? And how do we make sure that we get access and the public get access to these things? And then what are the cost implications for, essentially it comes down to on-prem versus on-cloud in this day and age. And then what are the cost implications for that? And then what are some of the other considerations about cloud storage, which we'll get onto. And then we have, in relation to that, we have the digital preservation side of things. And that again is now, it's not that long ago that cloud storage wasn't really thought of for digital preservation. But now it is, and there are some good models actually for cloud storage. So you can have, sort of warm storage, hot storage, cold storage, and cold storage for cloud storage, and they have different levels of accessibility and costs associated with that. Or then you can, still in-house, if you like, on-prem store digital preservation. It's definitely the way to go, but it's just making sure that you've got the processes and technology in place to manage that in terms of regular take backups, checking your data integrity. So next slide. I don't have time actually.
All right.
10:30, we're okay.
So then there's, legal and ethical issues around collections. So, when we're digitising collections, we need to be aware of that some of this data was not necessarily collected for broad public access. So, there might be sensitive information, private information. So we need to be aware of what it is we're digitising and I'm sure you're all across it. But there's often donor agreements with collections that might restrict access. And while we can often digitise things for administrative use, so that we can within, if that cannot be used, cannot be made publicly accessible, you then have to ask, is it worth actually digitising in the first place? Because there's a whole burden of labour required to manage that accessibility. So these are some of the things to consider. And there's ways and means around, like Orphan Works, there's ways and means around managing that process. For those of Auckland Art Gallery, back in the day, this is back when digitisation of collections was sort of in the early days, this is 20 odd years ago. But there was a lot of concern around publishing artwork on the web back then. And Auckland Art Gallery at the time seemed very radical, but they took the opinion that we've got all these orphan works in the collection that we don't know. A lot of people don't even know the artist is, let alone who the donor was. And they took the opinion that it's better to just put it out there and accept public feedback. And it was by and large an out and out success, because they got all sorts of public feedback saying, oh, that's my uncle who was the artist of that painting. So they also found quite a few paintings, not that many, but quite a few paintings that had been displaying upside down for quite a long time. So there's all that sort of thing that getting your information out there actually builds public trust and stuff. And in our line of work, except for what I talked about before, where there's clear indications that you can't publish these things, but in our line of work, the risk of putting these collections out there and actually being open to taking feedback and information is so low that we're not going to get sued or anything like that. There's a couple of, I think Steve Simpson, the lawyer, who talks to various collections, will probably say the opposite. I'm not a lawyer, no legal advice. So the last thing on here is about sustainability and energy efficiency and sustainability of digital preservation. So it is, we'll get onto AI and cloud stuff a bit later, but sustainability is a big issue in terms of managing these cloud systems and data sources. And so I think one of the big, maybe Amazon Web Services data storage uses times the amount of power that Ireland does. It's a humongous amount of power. And in this day and age, we're still fairly, unfortunately, wedded to fossil fuels. So that's causing a lot of growth. So there is some argument that we should be going whole policies of power or AI and stuff purely just because of the energy efficiency issues. So, and I'm not here to say yes, yay or nay on that, but it is something to be well aware of. And if somehow the organisations we're dealing with, like Amazon Web Services or Azure, which is the Microsoft one, have some much more sustainable way of getting their energy, that would be much appreciated, I think. And the other aspect, I suppose, I want everyone to be aware of is, we are collecting, we are digitising collections here, but at the same time, we're actually still collecting. I think at some point, the whole sector needs to start looking really seriously at the actual collecting of physical things, which is still ongoing at a very exponential rate. Canberra is the centre of the national collecting institutions, who are forever having to get more external storage for their collections. So I deal with International Art Services all the time, who are forever building new art storage facilities. So this is something we need to look at. And then the digitalisation of collections is helping that in some way, shape or form, but we also then need to look at the management of those, the sustainable management of those digitised collections going forward, because it's going to become an enormous burden, if you like, in terms of the technology required and the energy required to manage those going forward. So it's different from physical storage space, but the ongoing need for hard drive cloud storage, hard drive space is going to increase considerably. Okay, so looking at metadata, so what are our metadata standards? You've all got systems of some shape or form which will have data standards in them, and it's making sure that when you do the digitalisation process, that your data you're getting with those collections matches your metadata scheme and can be easily integrated, and also that your data schemes are interoperable with external things. So I'm sure you all share data with Trove now as it is, it's a classic example, but that's the sort of thing that we need to do more of, and making sure that collections can be ultimately, notwithstanding all the ethical considerations we talked about before, but making sure that collections can be easily accessed and found. So Tara and I were talking before, maybe it was you and I, Donna, actually, about sort of orphaned collections because they're not digitised, and the issue being that researchers nowadays are relying almost entirely on what is easily accessible through Google, through whichever searching the web and stuff, and collections that aren't digitised are sort of falling by the wayside, and there's often huge amounts of valuable information that is just not coming to the fore at all, and as we move forward that's only going to get worse, I'm afraid. And so the digitalisation is sort of underpinning that, but then it's making sure that those things are accessible. So then there's ways I'll give you some examples like AI before, but there's ways and means. Because one thing I would say about AI is that it's got this big nasty thing about it, but I think our sector has some of the biggest challenges that things like AI and digital, as I mentioned there, can actually help address, because there's lots of collections that without tools, some of these tools, would possibly never get transcribed or never get uploaded. So we do need to actually embrace some of these tools to actually get in front of them. I could talk more about some of the CSIRO collections and things, and some of the things right there. So the one example I was looking several years ago at CSIRO was about biodiversity, managing biodiversity, and collecting how we've got these numbers wrong, but we've got, say, 1 million described insects in the world. But some entomologists think there's probably, at the moment still alive, there's probably 50 million insect species in the world, and there's probably been a couple 100 million over the last 100 years, a lot of extent. But at the rate we're going, we've probably got another 1 million or so sitting in collections that are undescribed species. But at the way we're going, we're probably doing 10,000 new species are described every year or two across the world. But at the rate we're going, we'll never, ever catch up. So we need to embrace these things. And that's just entomology. That's just one little field of science. And all natural science collections have similar issues. And we need to embrace these technologies so we can get ahead of the game, so we can manage things like with all the other issues that's going on with our expired. Anyway, so as an aside, that's one of the yours. Next slide, thanks. So here's just some examples of different types of technology for different scanning purposes. So this is why when you're assessing the collections, you've got to look at what's fit for purpose for the types of things you're doing. So, for example, you could have catalogue cards, and it might be that a card scanner with a feeder is useful for doing that. But then look at, if you don't go 100 of them, you can actually do that almost with a photocopy set, a copy stamp process for some 100. But if you've got 10,000 of them, there's a whole different kettle of fish. So it's looking at volumes and types of things, and then making sure that they are actually suitable for whatever technology you've chosen to use. So scanners or overhead size things. And there are quite a few if you've got, for example, really fragile books, there are actually quite a few digitisation tools out there now that will enable those to be digitised and safely and carefully managed. And then when it comes to getting these things digitised, we've got to be aware of the workflow around that. So if I go back to that image you saw before of the herbarium scanner, they had several 100,000 specimens that needed to be digitised, but each of those specimens needed to be prepared beforehand before you could go through the digitalisation process. And what actually happens is a large amount of there's a large amount of investment in the technology on site, and then basically they got through the process of scanning, and then the specimens weren't ready. So there were several weeks of downtime with the technology being paid for, where those specimens weren't ready. So, and the same applies for all sorts of collections. If you have a contract with a provider that you're going to provide 10,000, 5,000, whatever it is, things per week or per month, they've got a process and you're feeding into that. You need to make sure that all those collections are actually ready when it comes to the digitalisation process. And then on top of the workflow side of things, you then need to make sure that when you're getting those images back, that you've got a process that you manage that does quality assurance, that you're doing audit and spot checks, do whatever it is that is actually checking them. Yeah, and all that takes time and resources, so it just needs, but it needs to be built in. So I think we've talked about quite a few of these things already, but yeah, it's then once we've got those, it's how we're going to make those collections accessible and usable. So different ways we can actually leverage those collections and get them out there. So you know, it could be doing public programs, it could be doing events that actually leverage digitised collections in some way, especially with local communities. There might be a reason for doing a digitalisation project with a local community, for example, that celebrates something or other. And AI stuff, you always say AI for getting collections out there and doing things with collections. And then social media and having collections available on social media, but also using social media to get the digitised collections out there and people aware of what's there and can be used. And then just making sure that whatever systems you've got in place can facilitate all that, so that if you're storing collections on site, you don't hide them behind the council IT firewalls. That means that the public can't access them. And that comes back to things like the user experience and making sure that people are actually getting access to your collections in a meaningful and productive way. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is just touching on digital preservation I mentioned before. So these are some examples of some of the issues around cloud storage and looking at the pros and cons of cloud storage versus in-house digital preservation. So take backup systems have been around forever, but they're still the go-to for in-house and, for that matter, on the cloud storage systems that you deal with. We'll still be using take backup systems. So that's what basically should be used and should be being used as your main backup system. But you always want to make sure that for in-house, that is sort of on-prem, that you've always got server access to your files, that that's on your network infrastructure, that should give you ready access. So just to look at some of the example storage costs there. So that's AWS, Amazon Web Services. So that gives you an idea of what some of the costs that are involved in providing cloud storage. Is for 1 terabyte of data, which in this day and age is not that much, really. But yeah, so $23 US for hot storage, which is readily accessible storage. That's per month. And there's no retrieval cost then. But if you look, if for a lot of the data that we deal with, it might be accessed maybe once a year, maybe once every few years. But we still want that digital file preserved and make sure that it's accessible. It may be more sensible to go the very last step, the deep dive on where if you want to retrieve that data, it might take us a few days to get back, and a cost of $20 per terabyte, but that might be a much more efficient way to approach it than paying $30 per month to actually have that readily accessible. So there's some of the things to look at when you're looking at cloud storage, especially once you get into, which we'll all, I'm sure everyone's hitting, once we get to tens of terabytes of data or more, these costs can escalate. So, the other thing with cloud data is a lot of the things like the file integrity and things are done by them, if you like. So the checksums, managing checksums and bedrock and something. Digital obsolescence is taken as part of that package. So they're things that if you have it on paper, you need to manage that process. You need to be doing regular audits of the collections and making sure that files are still accessible. Bedrock happening and migrating needs to be, but those sorts of things are often managed by the digital preservation provider or Amazon Web Services. Okay, so there are other factors to take into account. So I think I've probably covered a lot of these things, but these are some of the challenges that we face in digitalisation projects. So like we talked about, file corruption, file obsolescence. This is why we need to do file checks and check things and things. And one thing with digitalised collections is that it's not you can't just store these things and then just leave them be. Like any sort of collection, it needs ongoing maintenance, ongoing care and maintenance, audits, making sure that things are still available, still accessible, making sure there's no other issues. It's different from managing physical collections. We don't have to worry about pests and rodents, and we sometimes have to worry about humidity and temperature and things, but things need maintenance, everything we do. We've talked about workflow challenges, I think. And this I touched on before about digitalisation bias, and this is something to be aware of, that if we're not making collections accessible, then there is going to be this digitalisation bias that people are just going to use what is readily accessible to them. It makes sense, naturally. And of course, it wasn't. Okay, next slide. So these are some of opportunities, directions, and some ways we could manage what I'm calling digital deluge. I think some other people have called it that too. So looking at, let's touch on machine learning and AI, I'll give you some examples in a bit, but these are some of the things that we can use machine learning / AI to help us with automating digitalisation to a point. It doesn't actually get the physical thing out and scan it for us, but what it can do is take that scanned image and interpret it, translate it, transcribe the data, put it in some sort of form that is meaningful, that can then be put into a project management system, all that sort of stuff. There are lots of different things coming out. I would encourage you to look at ChatGPT. In particular, there's specific channels of ChatGPT, if you like, for different areas. So there's a conservation GPT, like it's called, which gives you specific data on conservation. So that's what it's going to be able to drop it. But things like object and scene recognition is quite amazing what it can do from a scene recognition. It does a pretty good job of working out exactly where that whoever's taking it, it's like a landscape or something. There's lots of things we can do with some of this data in terms of like VR and AR tools that are, gamification is an aspect to look at as well. This is all, it'll be bringing together lots of disparate types of collections of data and various things and doing fairly innovative things. There's other people much more with it than me that are doing a lot of that sort of stuff. And then, making sure that things like Trove, for example, are helping us collaborate, getting our information out there, but also actually collaborating in person with other organisations that we deal with, and sharing resources and sharing techniques, which is always a good idea. And then, like Trove, there's various aggregators, if you like, for data that are always worth trying to get your data involved with. Trove, there's a process for getting the data uploaded, and for natural science collections, there's processes for uploading data to Atlas Living Australia, and that links to GPIF, which is the Global Biodiversity Information Facility. But there's other aggregators around, like Yellamundie Library, different things. So they're the sorts of things that I think will be coming more to the fore over the coming years, because we need to bring all of these disparate collections together as much as possible. And then that will enable us to use some of these other tools like AI more and more to do things that we haven't even imagined of yet. Okay, so next slide. So I talked about social media before, and one thing that we've done a little bit of work on is actually working with organisations about how do we actually collect social media and do we need to collect it? And you may or may not be aware of it, actually, first of all, why would we collect social media? But unfortunately, or fortunately, it is one of the tools that is really documenting now sort of what's happening in this day and age. Let's not get into some of it. But, it provides a record of what's actually happening in some way, shape, or form that might not have been the way it was documented 20 years ago, but unfortunately it's the way it's been done in society these days. So we do have, you do have an obligation in a way to at least consider collecting and managing that. You don't actually have to do it, but it is something to work with. So if we go, so the other thing is there's guidelines published by State Record of New South Wales, you're possibly aware of this, which give various strategies that, those guidelines are mainly for sort of corporate organisations, but they do apply to local studies. And so we've gone through those, and we've got, go to the next slide, we've got some recommendations around basically for local studies collection of study guides. There's basically three strategies you need to consider. One is literally the leak of information where it is strategies, except it's on social media, we don't need to collect it. I think if you actively say that, it's fine. Next is a low level of information strategy, so taking a bit of a snapshot, and then the other is just a needs base. What are the big issues that we really should be collecting this to create a snapshot of information. And like I say, all are equally valuable. And if you want an example of social media, me tool. One knows the big trout in Yellamundie project that I deal with that I've rather forgotten about, but it went from social media fiasco to everybody loving it after we revamped it. So the council had got no feedback on anything they ever did until they did something with the trout, and then they got overwhelmed. So the good thing is there's actually some tools around for managing social media and capturing. So if we go to, and some of them, the simple ones are you can do each one. Facebook example does actually have a built-in self-archiving feature you can play around with. I think Instagram and all the other ones do have some level of that as well. There's other, you can do simple things like take screenshots of of events, whichever it is, and record that, but that's a very manual, painful logo. But there's also systems like Archive, Social, and Brawley, which I'll touch on, which are cloud-based systems, backup systems, and Brawley, the next one now. Brawley is actually an Australian-based company that's used by Australian government bodies such as City. Relatively easy and simple to use and set up, and it's a bit of a set and forget. Basically, you go through the process, linking the relevant social media accounts and timeframes, and then it basically sends you an email when it's doing its snapshot, and then you download the links to the actual files, and it'll give you some PDFs of those as well, because you want the context. The PDF is a snapshot of that thing, but you actually want the context, which is the original actual interaction on Facebook or whichever it was. So that was social media. So now I just wanted to talk about a few examples that I've done for small collections on how you can use different AI tools to alleviate some of our cataloging and transcription issues. So this is collection. So that little pink chair that you can see, this example, this sample I'm going to show you was done just about a month ago, I think it was a few weeks ago. But that pink chair I chucked into ChatGPT probably 6 months ago, just to say, right, catalog this pink chair. And the most I got was chair back then. But now you can see an example there. It says now a worn out pink chair with chip paint and visible wood damage, and it's categorised it, and it's given us a basic condition rate. So that's step one. So we'll go to the next slide. And then it actually asks without me prompting, actually asked me, you know, would you like to refine this further with some more, significant information? And then I just said yes. And it's provided all that, which of course, I mean, it's a bit of a gimmick, I suppose, but as you can see that the snapshot, you know, we've got a pretty useful catalogue record as a starter that we can have in skeleton record in our system for that object, for that artifact. You know, we've got lots of objects in our collection that we don't have much information with. It provides us with something we can have that enables us to manage that information, that data, that image, and that object going forward. And if we get more information from other sources, we can build onto that. But a lot of collections have a lot of stuff that isn't catalogued, isn't documented, and this is a way that we can use some of these AI tools to actually get in front of some of that stuff. You know, a lot of this data can just be put in a spreadsheet and be imported into your CMS. They're there. Got it started. We go to the next one. So that was ChatGPT. Also, this is a bit of image and scene recognition. So you can see it actually worked out that, I mean, it is clear the front of Old Tunnel House, which is one of my main clients, but you know, just from that blurry image, it worked out, it actually read what's on the signs on the other side, and it worked out that it was probably Old Tunnel House. Next one. And so this is an example. This is Grok, which is, dare I say it, is Elon Musk's. And the one that comes with Twitter, it's called Twitter. And annoyingly, it's actually one of the better performing ones. But, so I dumped these images in just to see what would happen, and just said, can you analyse these images? Catalogue for them. As you can see, this sort of stuff often social history collections have quite a bit of like cards and ephemera and letters and things, and it takes quite a bit of effort to sort of catalogue each individual one. So let's see what Rob does. So based on that rough and ready image that you saw, you know, it's basically outlined every single thing that's in there and given us a simple description of each thing that is probably good enough for a starter for a catalogue. And it's analysed the sheet music and given us the description of. That's also in our just go back on, just back that one. So one of the pitfalls of Rock, which I showed here, is we've just been doing some work at Chinatown in Sydney, and Richard and I with them had 2 photos of some plaques with Chinese characters on them. And so he asked, well, let's see what AI can do with those in terms of transcribers. This is an example of what to be careful of. And so it said, yes, transcribing is quite blurry photos, but it did a transcription of it and said it was all to do with Buddhism, and the second part was to do with Buddhism, but it was another person for Buddhism. And go this long diatribe about the history of Buddhism and how it was associated with the place. And then our finance director, who happens to be Chinese, took one look at it and said, what an absolute rubbish. It's just a list of the donors that funded the thing. It's got nothing to do with them whatsoever. So that's something to just take on. Yeah, don't believe everything you see. You just make sure it makes sense first. Anyway, I think that's me.
Great, thank you. That was great. A lot to think about. There's so much to do and think about and sort of make plans. We've got time for a couple of questions and then it's morning tea time. So any questions?
There's one from online and they'd like to know if the slides are available for afterwards. Can people have copies of the slides? Thank you.
Any other questions?
When you're asking AI, are there specific questions, especially related to cataloguing, that you have to actually include in your questions?
No, but the clearer you are, the better the result. Yeah, just basically have a play with these slides and try some things out. I should really talk about the AI that's really looks at things like digital. A lot of them probably use things like digital where you've got collections digitized and they need transcription or they need catalog cards. But there's an army of volunteers out there who will take those on and they have races. They can go down the road and do like transcribing up and 10,000 records to click down. There's lots of collections, and especially if you break it up into sort of interesting little tidbits. So you say it's topics related to one particular collector, for example, to the collector, and then people can focus on that now. I know about them. A lot of volunteers will focus on that. And Geoscience Australia project that they had all of these items from all the researchers that have been right up to 2000s, and they were handwritten things, and they were there's a vast amount of information, and they got them digitized, put them on the Geoscience Australia, which I see it now. They got them digitized, and they were transcribed in a very short period of time because people just love them so much. The stories, just amazing stories.
Any other questions? I'm sure you'd be happy to answer questions at morning tea.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Morning tea, and we'll see you back here at 11:30. Before you cancel that, can you go back to slide 27? 20.
I'm just going to stop sharing.
Welcome back, everyone. That's the next speaker. Okay, so we're on to the next speaker. I'd just like to remind everyone who's online to mute their microphone. We can hear some conversations in the background. And we'll try to reply. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Sarah Middleton-Jones, who's the archivist from the Reserve Bank of Australia.
Yeah, just
Okay. Okay, so Sarah is ready. Thank you.
Yeah, if we're ready, then thank you for introducing me. I'll start sharing my slides. Thank you all for inviting me to speak to you today. I'm really sorry I couldn't actually be there in person to do this. I wanted to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land from where I'm presenting, and also where we have keep the Reserve Bank archives, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay my respects to elders past and present. I would also like to extend my respects and acknowledge any First Nations people who are here today. So for my presentation today, I really wanted to introduce you all to the Reserve Bank archives and what it has to offer you in terms of local history and local research. So in recent years, we've been working to make the archives a lot more accessible through our digital archives platform Unreserved. Today, I want to talk to you a bit about the platform itself, and then focus in upon a couple of key areas of our collection that I think are really interesting and have a lot of insights to offer in terms of discovering the histories of people and places. You gotta go. So I thought it'd be good to just start out with what's in the Reserve Bank archives, as while I'm aware that most people these days know who the Reserve Bank is, a lot really aren't aware that the Reserve Bank archives exist, or if they are, they're not quite aware of the extent of our collection. So we actually hold over 200 years of Australia's economic and financial and social history in our archives. I think this surprises many people because the name Reserve Bank of Australia only dates to 1960, but we can actually trace our lineage back to the original Commonwealth Bank established in 1911, and then 6 early colonial savings banks before that. So because of this, it means our records capture events from those in Australia's colonial past, the depressions of the 1890s and 1930s, through to 2 world wars, and then right through to more contemporary episodes, right up to, say, the GFC in the 2000s. So like you would expect with most archives, our records are predominantly paper-based. However, we do also hold artworks, tapestries, sculptures, potteries. We have a small collection of First Nation works. We also have furniture, coins and banknotes, and an AV collection that includes photographs, films in various formats, and glass plate negatives. So as an archive, we operate under the Archives Act, and this means that we provide public access to our records 20 years from the date of their creation. So the main way we've been providing access has been via email responses to requests. And in response to these, we'll provide access to records, but we also offer research services all free of charge. Now, as you may have experienced, only providing access by email can be very limiting. So for the past 5 years, we've been working on a project to make our records a lot more accessible. And in March of 2021, we launched Unreserved, which is our online digital archive site. So using this site, we're gradually and systematically releasing the digitized records online to make them more easily accessible to researchers. So this kind of has two main benefits. The first being that it gets rid of all the geographical bias, so you don't need to be able to come to Sydney to be able to access the records. And you also, it kind of gets around that issue of emailing records, where we often have had issues with the sizes. But one of the things we're quite excited about is it means that researchers can now interact directly with the records themselves and carry out their own searches. And we're hoping that this is going to make the kind of uncover things for us as well in the archives by allowing researchers to have these organic searches and experiences where you sometimes come across that bit of information you didn't even know you were looking for. So at the moment, we've only got 9,012 items on the site, which is only a small portion of our collection. So this is because, as you probably know, you can't just publish everything online, even if you might want to. So every record that we release, we need to go through access, we need to check for access exemptions such as privacy, confidentiality, and sensitive information. But we've also got to check whether we actually have the copyright permissions to publish it online. So it's a slow process, but we do intend over time to get as much of our digitized collection as possible online for the public to be able to directly access. Now, I'm aware that most people at this meeting are probably very familiar with searching in online archives like this, but there was a couple of things I wanted to highlight that might be a little bit different how we've set up our online archive. The first of these is in terms of searching. So this is probably an incredibly familiar page to most of you. However, some of the filters that we've used to allow you to refine the search might be a little bit specific to our collection. So in addition to being able to refine by date and whether it's digitized or not, we've also set up a filter that allows you to refine through 2 levels of format. So we've grouped our formats by things like booklets and pamphlets and handwritten, and then within that you can separate it down. So for example, booklets, you can go booklets or pamphlets, which are a little bit different in our collection. And then within handwritten, you could say, look specifically for handwritten ledgers within that. We've also used our series as a search filter. So this is particularly useful when you get familiar with searching our collection, as you can then work out that the information you're looking for is specific to a certain series. So for example, let's say you were looking for mortgage documents by the Savings Bank of New South Wales, and you specifically only wanted the loose paper ones like the first example there, you could search these by using the filters down the left-hand side. I also wanted to call attention to the fact that some of the records we are released have been metadata only. So this is only a small proportion of records, and we try to do this as little as possible. But sometimes we kind of don't have a choice, but we do want to let people know that it's there. So if it's metadata only, there's one of 3 main reasons. The first might be that we just haven't been able to digitize the record, and this is normally because the actual format itself is too fragile to handle the process, or it's such a format that we can't actually capture the information. So for example, we have a couple of ledgers which are so tightly bound, we can't actually open them up far enough to capture all of the information. We also might not be able to release it online for copyright reasons if we don't have the correct permissions to be able to publish it. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do about that. And then finally, in terms of access exemptions. So if a lot of the record and the information relates to privacy or it's very confidential, we obviously won't release this online. So for those first 2 options though, just because we can't publish it online doesn't mean we can't provide access to it. So if in your searches you ever come across a metadata only item, please do contact us about it, because if we can, we definitely try to give you access to these. So the other section I wanted to talk about is how we've tried to make our metadata a bit more useful. And this is specifically through the relationships. So the example I've used here is actually the earliest record we have in our collection, which is a land release document for a parcel of land in the district of Petersham from 1824. So this is interestingly one of a series of 6 documents which cover in which the traces the transfers of the land over a period of decades. So unfortunately, with most of our handwritten documents, we don't have transcripts, which means you're relying on the metadata itself in order to be able to search the document and find out information about it. So we have all of the normal search terms you'd be looking for, the metadata in terms of the date ranges, the format type, and the title. But then we've added the relationship sections to try to make it easier to navigate and understand the context of the record. So for example, if you clicked on the series, that would take you to every other record that's contained within the same series. If you went to the series guide, you could get more contextual information. And it's by going through the series guide that you'd be able to find those 5 additional documents that relate to this one. The research guide we've used to try and group records together on specific topics, particularly when we know there's a level of research interest in them. And this provides contextual information on that topic, as well as linking to all the relevant records and providing information on records that we haven't yet released. And then finally, we've got the subject section. So this is actually a relatively new metadata field that we're adding, so it's not that well utilized yet. But the idea with this one is we're trying to add those search terms essentially to each of the record. So if you're interested in a particular topic and you put it in the search bar, you're more likely to get the relevant records coming up as a result. A couple of other things I will point out on here is that except for the artworks, you can download every record on our site if that's an easier way for you to access and view. And we do have the Contact Us button on every document, even when it's metadata only. So if you do find particularly those metadata only records that you want access to, you can contact us directly about the record so that we know which one you want to get access to. So that was kind of my brief summary of the site. And now I want to transition into talking more about what you can actually find in that. However, before, I think it might be useful to give you a little bit of a timeline of our records to provide a bit of context. So I mentioned earlier that we have this legacy that goes back all the way to 1832 with these early savings banks. And the reason is because of a series of bank amalgamations, which I've tried to explain here. So the earliest records we have are from the Savings Bank of New South Wales, which opened in 1832. You may have noticed a discrepancy between this and our earliest record, which was 1824. And this is because that piece of land over the course of those land transfers eventually comes under the Savings Bank of New South Wales, so they've inherited all of those documents. So the Savings Bank of New South Wales is the earliest series that we have, and earliest bank whose records we have, and also the one of the earliest savings bank for which we have the most records. But we also have Moreton's Bay Savings Bank, although that was only open for about 9 years before it got absorbed into the Queensland Government Savings Bank. We also have the State Savings Bank of Western Australia, the Government Savings Bank of New South Wales, and the State Savings Bank of Tasmania. So all of these 6 early savings banks, through various absorptions and amalgamations, eventually become part of the Commonwealth Bank of Australia. So this bank was established in 1911, and the Reserve Bank's actually the legal successor to it, which is why we have a lot of these records. So in 1960, when legislation separated the commercial and central banking functions of the Commonwealth Bank, the central banking functions were kept under the Commonwealth Bank, and it was renamed the Reserve Bank, which is us, whereas the commercial banking functions went into the newly created trading bank, the Commonwealth Banking Corporation, which is what you know as the Commonwealth Bank today. It's a little confusing, and even within the archives, it's a bit confusing, I suppose, because both us and the Commonwealth Bank have sets of these records. However, hopefully this has given you a little bit of context to the records that we have. So now I want to talk more about why they might be interesting to you. So if you're looking for information on, or even just understanding what we have in these early savings bank records, the series guides are a really great place to start. So we have a series guide for each of the early savings bank, and these all contain a collection summary, a description of the series, by which I mean the description of the types of records that you'll find within that series. There's also biographical and historical notes, which in this case would be a history of each of these banks. The arrangement description, which lists every single record in the series and how they are organized. And then finally, these guides link to every record in the series. If you're interested in finding more contextually, I suppose, about the colonial Australian bank accounts, we also have a research guide on this that explains a bit more about how these banks came to be and the types of records that we have from them. So we've got a lot of different types of records in this, but I really wanted to highlight 4 of them, which I think we've got the most records for, but also are really interesting in terms of the types of information and insights you can get from them. So the first of these is the depositors' ledgers. So I personally find these really fascinating because of the amount of information you can find out about a person simply by looking through their bank account. So all of the account depositors' ledgers contain the following information. So you've got the account number, you'll then have the name of the account holder and the account balance, and then you have debits and credits as well as interest payments, and then you'll always have the information as to which branch the account is held at. So we've got depositors' ledgers for all of the early savings bank except Moreton's Bay Savings Bank. And the ledgers are always organised by branch location and then by date range. So to take the examples here, and the references I've included, these 2 accounts were both held at the Sydney head office of the Savings Bank of New South Wales, and you can see that they have different date ranges on them. So just while the majority of the people in our ledgers are probably not particularly well known, I've picked 2 quite famous people because they're quite helpful for explaining the type of information and details you can get from the ledgers. So at the top here, we've got Ludwig Leichhardt, the explorer. So it's interesting here because the first entry in this account is from shortly after he arrives in Australia in February 1842. And then you can see that he brings quite a lot of money with him. But if you take the dates in this account and you tie it up to the dates of the expeditions, you can actually work out, firstly, you can see that he brought the money over to use for the expeditions. But what you can also work out is the amount that he was taking out each time for the expeditions, which is quite interesting. Whereas below, we have Mary Raby. So you might have heard of her as a very successful businesswoman, and she does appear on our $20 note. So this account is from 1833, which is quite a bit later in her life. So by this point, she's a very successful businesswoman. There's not a lot of transactions on this account. And you can see that there's £500 deposit at the beginning, which is about $80,000 in today's money. And that over the course of the 2 years for this account, the year for which this account is held, there's no withdrawals or transactions on this account. She's got £500 sitting in that account just gaining interest, which really tells you that she's quite a wealthy woman if she's just happy to leave that money there. So an interesting subset of the depositors' ledgers are the prisoners. So the accounts are always identified by having prisoner in front of the name, and generally prisoner will also appear in the title of the account. So there's kind of an interesting story as to why we have this. So in 1822, James Bigg had put some legislation through that essentially meant that every convict coming into Australia had to deposit all of the money they had with a bank. When the Savings Bank of New South Wales was established in 1832, they made it so that all of these deposits had to be transferred to this savings bank, rather than being with the Bank of New South Wales, known as Campbell's Bank, so that they are in public rather than private hands. This means we've actually got quite an interesting range of prisoners' accounts, and because everybody had to deposit all of their money, you can really see the range of people who ended up in Australia. I mean, here's a page with an incredibly good example of the different level of wealth they can turn up with. So Mary Perkins only has 13 shillings and 8 pence, whereas Henry Herring has over £396 in his account. I did do a little bit of research into Henry Herring, and if he's the one that I found, then he's a bit of a known crook. So there's probably a little bit of a question mark as to where he got the £396 from here. An interesting subset of these, which I will mention briefly, you'll find if you go down the route of looking into prisoners, you'll find the Canadian prisoner accounts. We've only got 8 of these, but it's quite interesting because these are from the 58 Canadian prisoners who were transported in 1840. And because they were part of rebellions in Upper and Lower Canada between 1837 and 1838. So just a kind of interesting subset. If you're interested in finding more information that we have on the convict banking records, such as why we have them and the breadth of the records that we have, the research guide that we have on it is a really good place to start. Otherwise, if you just kind of want to do a general search, all of these records have prisoner in the title, so they're quite easy to find and unreserved. So related to the depositors' ledgers, we also have signature registers. So I will put a minor caveat here saying where we have a depositor's ledger, we don't necessarily have a matching signature register and vice versa. This is because we don't have complete collections of banking records for all of the branches, so there's not always a corresponding record. However, the signature registers by themselves are actually really interesting documents and contain quite a wealth of information. So the signature registers can always contain the account number, the name of the account holder, and the signature or mark. Proportionately, there's actually very few people who sign with a mark, which is an interesting kind of observation on the literacy at the time. Many of the signature registers also include the occupation and town, and within the Government Savings Bank of New South Wales, there's often a specific residential address listed. So each of the registers are organized by account number and divided into date ranges, and the registers themselves are all specifically identified to the specific branches. So for example, this signature register is from Windsor between 1838 and 1904, and captures the accounts from numbers 1 to 4,370. So this one's quite interesting because it does tell you a lot about Windsor just by looking at this one page. You can see from the range of occupations there that we've got a farmer, a reverend, there's even the bank manager for the commercial bank, banking with the Savings Bank of New South Wales. You can also see that not all of these people actually lived in Windsor, which tells you a bit about the prominence of Windsor compared to the surrounding suburbs, that people were coming in to bank at the Savings Bank of New South Wales there. If you've got sharp eyes, you may notice I've once again picked a page with a somewhat famous person on it. So account 3835, which is about a third of the way up from the bottom, is of James Tevitt. And he's listed as a gentleman and also as part of the Royal Astronomical Society. He was quite a famous astronomer and also once featured on a banknote. So the signature registers don't exist for every bank. They only actually exist for the State Savings Bank of New South Wales, the Government Savings Bank of New South Wales, and the State Savings Bank of Western Australia. However, I do recommend that they are quite interesting in terms of the information that you can gather from looking at the various pages and flicking through. I will also, sorry. Moving on to a slightly different type of record, we also have the mortgage records. So there's a few different types of mortgage records that we hold. We've got the legal documents like the one that I showed before as our earliest document. We also have mortgage registers, of which the one on screen is an example. You'll also, if you search for this, come across mortgage ledgers. So these are very much just the finances of the mortgages, and they don't really include any information on the properties or anything like that. And then we've also got a couple of registers on foreclosed mortgages. So aside from those mortgage ledgers, these types of record will generally include the date the mortgage was taken out, the name of the mortgager, the amount, and then a description of the property, which can be varying levels of details. I will mention that only the Savings Bank of New South Wales has mortgage records, so we do only hold them for New South Wales. But if we zoom in a little on this page, you can see the level of detail that is included in some of these and the level of information that you can get from them. So if you wanted to take the second entry as an example, so the 1834 mortgage for J.E. Elliott. So this is for a house and land on Pitt Street adjoining the Edinburgh Castle Public House. Now, the Edinburgh Castle Public House actually exists on Pitt Street, so that's an immediate way to find the location of this, which is a little bit unusual to be able to find it that quickly, but also gives you a really interesting tiny bit of information about that parcel of land. Another entry that's quite interesting is the final entry listed here, which is the 1851 entry for Reverend Ralph Mansfield. So Ralph Mansfield was a very prominent member of society. He was a reverend and a missionary, but he was also one of the editors of Sydney's first newspaper, the Sydney Gazette, and later became an editor of the Sydney Morning Herald. The mortgage here is for Mansfield House, which is in Balmain, also known as Durham House, and that was actually only destroyed in 1954, I think, so over 100 years after this, but also within living memory for some people. And then the final set of records from the savings bank that I really wanted to highlight are the trustee minute books. So these records can be a bit hard to get through because it's all handwritten and unfortunately not yet transcribed. However, there's so much information in them that they really reward the effort, because these records contain information about the management of the bank. And at that point, the management of the bank covered every single part of the bank's activities. So you'll find everything from a proposal to open a branch, appointment of staff, approvals of loan of mortgages. Every decision that they made went through the trustees. So these records are only available for the Savings Bank of New South Wales, but we do have a complete continuous series from 1832 until it was closed in 1914. And I've just zoomed in on a couple of parts of these pages to show you the types of information that you can find here. So I focused on kind of following a theme here of housing and mortgages. I've focused in on the mortgage information that we've got covered. So on the left-hand side page, you can see applications for mortgages. The first one being for a William Dean, who is trying to get a bit of property for auction, which is next to the building of the Sydney Morning Herald, which had been recently built at that time. The right-hand side page actually contains a lot more information where they've had to follow up on applications. So it's quite interesting that you're actually starting to get real details of the properties that existed in these locations, such as the 12-room property with stables, which is William Watts, which is in Balmain. I think it's Johnson's Bay, Balmain. And that's actually, when you look it up, the location of the White Bay Cruise Terminal now. So it's a little bit of work, but you can actually trace the history of pieces of land just by looking through these records and their uses and the different buildings that once existed there. So following on from the kind of buildings, I wanted to use that as a bit of a segue to talk about the second part of our collection, which is the photographic collection, which is obviously photographs, very building based. So this is kind of a representative example of a lot of the photographs we have, and you'll notice that they are all very Sydney-based. This is because the bank's head offices have always been in Sydney and always been on Martin Place, so there is a bit of a bias towards the photograph being there. But you can still find a lot of interesting information and details from these photos. So if you want to go along the top row, we have a photo looking down Moore Street, now Martin Place, towards the General Post Office in 1913. And then the photo next to it is also from around 1913, 1914, kind of looking the other way up Moore Street to the corner of Pitt Street. And this is the building that was on that site prior to the Commonwealth Bank head office being built, also known as the Money Box Building. And on the right-hand side of this top row, we have a photograph that was actually taken to record the construction of the head office building. But in doing so, they've also managed to capture the skyline of Sydney on the specific day of the 20th of November, 1915. So in capturing this history of the bank, they've also captured parts of the history of Sydney. Then the bank also was involved kind of in a lot of key events that were happening, particularly in the 1910s, 1920s. So we have a photo here of the visit of the Prince of Wales in June of 1920. So the Commonwealth Bank actually hosted the Prince of Wales. So we've got some interesting photos of that. But we've also captured photographs of what other buildings around the city have done in order to welcome the Prince and for the parade up Martin Place. Then jumping forward a few decades in my next photo, this is from 1959. So this is actually Macquarie Street in Sydney, and you probably wouldn't recognize this, but this is where the Reserve Bank head office building now sits. So this row of terraces here was actually knocked down the following year in 1960 in order to construct the Reserve Bank head office building. And then the final photo on the right-hand side of the bottom row is another photo where during the construction, they really were trying to capture Sydney at the time. So we've got a view looking over the eastern suburbs, and you can see you've got the cathedral prior to it having the spires added. So whilst they have said the majority of the photos are from Sydney, the reason of this is because they're trying to capture the history of the bank. So there are a few exceptions to this, and I've tried to capture these on this next page. So the bank has also been interested in capturing its different branch buildings and the branch buildings of the banks that amalgamated into it. So you actually capture quite a lot of suburban streets and city streets from around particularly New South Wales, but also Australia more generally. So going across the top row, we have the Commonwealth Bank branch at Bondi Junction from around 1935. The central photo is the Savings Bank of New South Wales branch at Newcastle from around 1910. And on the right-hand side, we've got a Government Savings Bank of New South Wales branch of Narromine from about 1921 to 1927. The bank was also interested in capturing any of the activities it was involved in, and particularly when we were still the Commonwealth Bank, we're actually quite involved in a lot of different activities. I'm going to highlight here World War I because the bank had only just been established at this point, and so was very keen to get more business and grow as a bank, and thus was very involved in trying to assist the war effort. So they did everything from raising money to assisting soldiers to helping in the post-war reconstruction. So again, starting on the left-hand side, this is a photo of one of the loan raising events held in the April 1918, and this one occurred in Newtown. So what they did is a kind of a bit of a publicity stunt to get people interested. They made model tanks and they fitted out the inside as little bank branches essentially. And then they would get various people in to stand on top of the tank and do speeches to encourage people to donate money and subscribe to these loans. And then the people in this giant crowd that you can see would come up and they would subscribe to the loans in the tank. The second photo is from the Liverpool AIF depot. So the Commonwealth Bank was also very interested in making sure that any Australian who signed up to serve during the war had access to money throughout this period. So they actually worked with the army to try to get branches in various locations that soldiers could use. So this is an example where they've literally got a tent and a bench set up at Liverpool depot so that the soldiers are able to both deposit and withdraw their pay. And then finally, on the right-hand side, I've got an example of a war service home from 1920. So as you may know, the War Service Homes was constructed, a project after the war so that returned servicemen could have homes to live in, and it was also about creating work. So the War Service Home Commission appointed the Commonwealth Bank to act as their agent, so we're actually quite involved in this process. So we have photographs of the war service homes being built and states of completion. And we've also got booklets which include all the various floor plans available for the different homes. As I said, this is an example of a completed war service home at Daly Street in Bexley. This is one of the earliest ones that we have. So hopefully, through this presentation, you've seen that we're not just bank records, but by capturing the history of the bank and all of the various activities, our archive actually also captures the history of Australia and the history of its people as it's gone through these changing decades and centuries. And I wanted to end, oh, whoops, I don't know what I hit there. Sorry. I wanted to end just by some tips for searching unreserved. So if you're kind of new to our archive and want to understand how it all fits together rather than just diving in and searching and browsing, I would recommend the series guide and research guides as a really good starter as to what we hold and to what's currently available on Unreserved. The arrangement descriptions are also incredibly useful if you want to see the full listing of records in the series in one place. Particularly recommend these if you go down the route of looking into ledgers and things, because you'll actually be able to see the full list of series and all of the locations that we have them for. As I mentioned previously, handwritten records we don't have transcribed, unfortunately, at this point. So title searches are best, but you can normally do these for specific locations. This search also works really well for our photographs because the majority of them do have an identified location in the title. Date ranges can be great for narrowing down the searches and getting rid of anything like irrelevant later records if they're not useful to you. And also the series and subjects, once you click onto the record, can be really great to show the related records. And then finally, I just want to say, if you have any inquiries that you have, anything you would like us to research, or if you're just interested in finding more about the collection, please do get in contact. As I said, only a portion of our archives is available online, but we were always really, really happy to try and provide access to anything that we can't currently publish online. And just to finish, I've got some useful links for you. So if you want to know more about the archives, the unreserved websites listed at the top, and about the archive at the bottom provides a bit more contextual history. And then there's also a few different ways to contact us, either via Unreserved itself or through either our general email address, or you can email me directly.
Thank you, Sarah. That was fantastic. Any questions? Okay.
I don't know if people online can hear me if I just yell.
Repeat.
So you'll repeat it, Donna, great. So first question for Sarah, the mortgage bank records.
Yes.
Do you happen to know the date range of those?
Sarah, question. Do you happen to know the date range of the mortgage bank of Australia?
No, it's the bank, Savings Bank of New South
Oh, so
Wales
it's
mortgage bank records.
Yes, Savings Bank of New South Wales mortgage records. Do you know
So for the
date range?
Yeah, so for the Savings Bank of New South Wales, we actually, the earliest one is the 1824 document, and we do have them all the way through until I think 1904, sorry, it's 1871, I think, where it amalgamates into the government savings bank. Sorry, I might be a little bit off on that date, but we do have them throughout its entire history. It's just not a complete set of records.
Thank you.
And the second question about the transcription of the handwritten records.
Yeah.
Like there were lots of examples of the handwritten records, and are they transcribed at all?
A few of them are, and it is an ongoing project. Unfortunately, transcription is just quite slow and quite expensive if we try to get it done outside. So it is an ongoing project. As we get things transcribed, we do add it to Unreserved, but unfortunately at this point, it's only a very few small number of the records that have that.
So when we do a search, we're searching the metadata in that sense.
Predominantly the metadata, and that's why we have this ongoing project to try and add that subject metadata. We're trying to find ways to make these easier to search until transcriptions become available.
Any other questions?
Board service homes, are they all, were they all photographed and the photographs are there, or only some of them were photographed and the photographs are there?
So are all the photographs in the collection digitized and online?
Or were all the houses buildings in photographed in the records of these photographs are in the collection, or just exemptions?
Oh, so the war service?
Yeah.
Yeah. So are the war service houses all photographed and in your collection, or just a selection?
Unfortunately, it's only a selection of them that have been photographed, but all of the photographs that we do have, we have made available and Unreserved.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can Sarah say a little more about the plans of the war service homes? I think the National Archives has some, but I didn't know they were available in the other.
Do you have plans of the war service homes in your collection, or are they just in the National Archives?
So we just have the booklets of different floor plans that people could select from. So we have a few examples of those. We don't then have the plans of each war service home that was built. I think that is just with the National Archives.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Yeah. One more question?
I'd never thought to join the dots when doing land inquiries to go there. So, and I wonder if you do get many people doing land research with your records.
We don't really, but I think it's because, like you, most people aren't aware of the records that we hold. So we're kind of looking for ways to increase that awareness so people do know that they can come to us and that we do have some of this information.
I think you'll have a lot of us getting in touch.
Is the collection on Trove?
No, I think we decided not to do that yet.
Thank you. That was fantastic, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, next up, we have the first lot of our local studies in the flash section. First is Ian Hoskins from North Sydney, who'll be talking about the Chinese in North Sydney, the hidden history. online yet?
We're 5 minutes ahead, so maybe he's coming online in 5 minutes' time.
Oh, okay. We can wait around. Now, can you hear me? It's less. Can you hear me? Yeah.
I'll ask the folk online. Could you just talk from your?
Oh,
Oh, no.
Thought of it.
Okay, is that sound better now? I think it's still about standing back from the microphone. Is that better online for everyone? No.
Slightly, but not much.
It's just better. From another direction, not really. Ian's not online at the moment, so we're going to go with Andrew Allen from Campbelltown, who's going to be giving a presentation on sharing history, collaborating with the History Club. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, see how I go with this. One more worried. Okay, so today I'd like to talk about a successful relationship our library shares with a local girls' high school. So both my local studies section and the school's history club girls share a common passion, which is the love of history. In addition to this love of history, we particularly realise the importance of remembering Campbelltown's war veterans and the role they play in serving their country. So I'd like to now discuss how this relationship works and describe some of the projects we have shared in recent years. Okay.
Next.
So the History Club at St Pat's College meets at lunchtimes and has made ripples far beyond its size. It began back with the centenary of the Gallipoli landing in 2015, when a committee was formed to organise college commemorations and establish a lone pine garden in the college grounds. More 100th anniversaries of famous World War I events would be coming up, so it was suggested that the school should get a group of kids together, and that's how it all began. Although the History Club was not officially founded until 2017. So Campbelltown Library has developed a very close working relationship with the club since its formation, working on numerous historical projects and activities. The girls are pictured here at the Campbelltown Anzac Day March, which they now participate in annually. And it's sort of become a highlight of the Campbelltown Anzac March to see the girls there. But none of it would happen without Fran, the wonderful Fran. Fran Muziku Rulo was a teacher at St Patrick's College for Girls and is dedicated to her profession. For Fran, teaching history is about more than just textbooks. It's about making the past come alive. What I love about Fran is not only her passion for history, but her love of libraries and the role they play in the community. She was able to see the potential benefits of a partnership between the History Club and our local studies section, and both parties have really reaped the rewards. Fran was also my most recent guest for my podcast, which I call Curious Campbelltown, and there was so much I could relate to her in the interview that we did. We regularly share discoveries we make, such as old photos we come across or anything Campbelltown history related. I just know that I wish I had a history teacher like Fran when I was going to school. She's a marvel. So in 2023, I was contacted by Fran about a great idea she had. To coincide with the 50-year anniversary of the official withdrawal of Australian troops from Vietnam, the St Patrick's College History Club looked at how Campbelltown has been affected by the war. So students contacted the local RSL sub-branch and conducted 2 sessions of interviews, one with 3 local Vietnam War veterans and another with the wife of a veteran. So pictured are those 3 veterans, Dennis, Ray and Colin. We were all shocked and saddened to learn that this was actually the first time the 3 men had discussed their service in Vietnam publicly, or even privately for that matter, which I found really quite amazing but sad. Campbelltown was home to a Victoria Cross recipient named Kevin Nugget Wheatley, who served and was killed during the Vietnam War. So Fran wrote an article on Nugget, and the library supplied assistance, keen to help honour this brave soldier. Campbelltown Library assisted the History Club's Vietnam War project in a number of other ways. So using our experience with oral history interviews, we were able to help with appropriate wording of questions. Fran wanted me to recognise a response that could be leading to a significant point that the girls may not pick up on. I had previously interviewed a Vietnam veteran for an oral history project, so I had experience with what to ask and how to deal with potential strong emotions. Our local studies team was involved through filming the interviews and helping students to create videos of their interviews with local people, which are now part of our library's oral history collection. This image was taken at St Pat's College and shows one of the Year 8 students practising effective hygiene using a hand sanitiser that was supplied during COVID. It was taken in 2020. So the History Club also joined forces with our local studies team at Campbelltown Library, collaborating to collect primary material for the COVID-19 pandemic archive. So the students were asked to take photos of evidence of the pandemic in their local area, including photos of testing centres, distancing signs, and people wearing masks. Students were also asked to write personal reflections on how COVID-19 had affected them. On return to school, club members collected evidence of the pandemic at the college, taking photographs of socially distanced lessons, disinfecting of desks, and sanitising stations. Teacher Fran was aware of the library's request to collect images of the pandemic, and this material now forms part of our collection, our local studies collection at Campbelltown Library. So next door to St Pat's is a small congregational cemetery, which has been neglected for many years and has received considerable vandalism over the years. So both the library and the college have collaborated to increase awareness of its existence and to protect it from further vandalism. The college girls attended a cemetery tour run by the library during History Week a short while ago, and this added to their knowledge of the cemetery. Attendance at the tour led to teacher Fran including the history of the cemetery in the modern history syllabus. This image shows one of the History Club girls. It's actually Fran's daughter, Ali, at the grave of one of the World War I diggers. Another project, or the most recent one, was called Our Local Heroes. So each year, the Department of Veterans Affairs runs the Anzac Day Schools Awards, a national competition that recognises the work of students, teachers and schools who engage with veterans and honour Australia's wartime history. This year's theme was discover the stories of veterans in your local community and encourage students to seek out veterans in their communities and learn about their experiences and life stories. So in March 2024, after months of research and preparation, Fran and her St Pat's College History Club interviewed 14 veterans and descendants of those who had served during major wars from World War I through to Afghanistan. And these interviews were conducted one evening after school and during their regular lunchtime sessions. So the girls do a lot of work in their lunchtime and they love doing that, so they don't mind giving up their time to do this sort of thing. So students contacted veterans through local RSL sub-branches as well as through parents of students at the college. The school collaborated with our library who filmed the interviews to become part of our collection. The History Club was a national winner, which was amazing, and they received $5,000 for plaque and certificates. A great achievement. One of the ways the veterans would tell their story was through an object, keepsake or photo from their service that was special to them. They were invited to bring this item from their service to talk about in the interview, and a portrait photograph was taken. Students asked the veterans questions about their service and the personal challenges they experienced post-service. Many students also delved into their own family histories to discover stories of their ancestors' service. This is a photo of Eddie Robertson and his two daughters who attend the school. And Eddie served with the Army Special Operations Task Groups in Iraq and Afghanistan. And on to my last slide, which shows a man named John Purkis, and and his granddaughter. And sadly, John died only 1 month after being interviewed and being part of the project. So it shows how vital it is we capture his memories. John served in Vietnam for 12 months and in Singapore for 2.5 years after that. Although he loved his time there, Singapore, he said, was the scariest time of his life, mainly because of the tigers that he encountered in the jungle. And it was amazing to hear him describe their beady eyes as he got close to them. It was quite interesting. So he's pictured here with his granddaughter and a prized army hat that he got when he joined. So in conclusion, I know from experience that it can be difficult to get schools on board in collaborating with public libraries. I've tried many times with things, but this is what makes this partnership so rewarding and special. It has not only benefited the students and our library patrons, but the whole of the Campbelltown community. So I hope you can find a similar experience to ours. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Ian Hoskins is now online. He's going to be talking about hidden history of the Chinese in North Sydney. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you. Is that Donna? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm just trying to share a screen.
Not here yet.
Yeah, hang on. Not quite sure how to share a website here.
Okay, we can see your screen now.
That's the wrong one. Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to share a website. That's something I was writing. Anyway, let me begin because I don't have a whole lot of time, and maybe I can get it going. I had the idea of plotting in time and space the Chinese community of North Sydney, which I knew existed shortly after starting here, way back when. That was 20 years ago or so, because of very cryptic and brief references to Chinese people, mainly men, Ah Kong, Ah Sam, Ah Pow, etc., in the ledger books, which are the sort of bread and butter resource that we have here at Stanton Library, that we use for plotting the histories of properties and houses. And it took a while to get around to actually doing this. There were many other things on the agenda, but I was able to over the last 5 years literally plot these people using the rate and valuation books and Sands directory primarily, and place them on council maps. And the period we're talking is, well, I've said 1870, but it's mainly 1880s to through the 1930s. And I worked with a company called Jensen Design in getting this up. And I wish I could, if anyone's got any advice on how do I...
And I do. This is Ellen Forsyth.
Thank you, Ellen.
You get your website up.
Okay. Oh, yeah,
your
that's the way.
browser open and your web page up.
Good. Well done, you. There it is there.
Yep, perfect.
Oh, can you see that?
Yes.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, simple as that. Okay, folks, this will make a bit more sense. So there's the front page of it. Thank you, Ellen. Sorry, various pages open at once. What a goose. And here's the front page. And so using council records, rate and valuation books primarily, which you may or may not have available to you, council maps, Sands directory, and also having got as much information, dates and names and all the rest of it as possible, going to the National Archives to look at their immigration records. And the chap who I'm showing here, I just showed you, was, here's some other portraits. God, I've forgotten his name. It'll come to me in a moment. These are the portraits that go along with the immigration records because the Chinese community were very unwelcome in white Australia. Many of them had come in the 1850s, 60s and 70s for digging or panning gold on the various gold fields. And quite a few of them, several thousand, had stuck around despite the being made to feel unwelcome. And others came in the 1880s and 90s, again, despite what Henry Parkes was doing to stop them getting across the border. Because they were so surveilled, we have these wonderful portraits of them. And sometimes, if you're lucky in these rate and valuation, not sorry, in these archive records, some description about where they have been and what they did. So whether they're a shopkeeper or a market gardener. And so I was able to put faces to some of the names, and let me find some stories for you. There he is. That's the chap I was after, Alan Lindow, who came out, and he was 19 years old. Some of them came out, when they were literally boys. And I discovered that he was up at Uralla in the New England area, and he ended up in well, he ended up in the Paddington area, but before he went off to Paddington, he was in Walker Street, North Sydney, in various shops there, looking really quite prim and proper with his wing collar and all. Interesting, looking at the portraits, you can tell when they're a shopkeeper because they tend to be very well dressed, and when they're a market gardener, because they're a little less so. The jackets aren't quite as close fitting. Let me show you Chong Chu. Chong Chu still has his queue, his pigtail from Manchu times. I noticed that was also a characteristic of market gardeners, and I assume they kept that because they weren't. If you're working in a market garden, you're a little way away from the population area and less prone to being attacked because you were so obviously different. Several of them had them wrapped in their portraits, wrapped around their heads, which I assumed meant that they could be covered by a hat, so when they're walking through town they may not get bothered as well. I discovered looking at looking at Trove, which is wonderful, as you all know, looking up names that many people in the North Sydney area, as I suspect in many other areas, had been attacked, and my assumption was that they were attacked primarily because they were Chinese or easy marks. And also interestingly, despite the fact that it's white Australia and these people are being discriminated against, in most of the cases, those attacks and assaults or thefts or whatever were taken up in the police courts, and people were found guilty on occasion of whatever it might be, assault or theft. So justice was almost blind. If you're very lucky, on a couple of occasions you will find a few more documents supporting biographical details of the character in question, and this was one, Gilbert Yet Ting Kwoi, who became very prominent in the Chinese community in Sydney, and as far as I can work out, had his start on Lane Cove Road in North Sydney, which becomes Pacific Highway, around, oh crikey, when have I got him there? I think it's the early 20th century. There he is in it's not a very clear photograph. Let's see if I can, oh, there we are. Well done me. There he is in what is possibly a Masonic apron. And that would be the Chinese Masonic Society, which is sort of a copy of the non-Chinese Masonic Society, I suspect, in an attempt to gain respectability. And there he is in a wonderful evening suit. So he was very senior in the commercial community. He married a woman in Queensland who I don't think was Chinese, and in the 19th century had to get permission, or in fact in the 20th century, to go across the border because he was Chinese and therefore again being heavily surveilled. Let me show you the maps, which I was quite proud of. So Jensen Design, I think I mentioned, were the people who put this together for me. I just sort of came up with the ideas and we worked on how it would look, trying to find where were they? That'll help. Here we go, explore maps. there's a Google map, and if I can work out how to get up the old map, it should be there already. Ooh. Oh, it's not working for me. This is at least the contemporary map. Explore sources. With each of these, we find out who's there and whatever information I can find out about them. I've managed to plot that. Sometimes it's only very brief. Sing Lee leases a store for 5 years. It was very interesting as I plotted these people in time and space to see how quick the turnover was. And you can see these are the Lane Cove, or what's now called the Pacific Highway shops. People are there just there for a year or two, sometimes in partnership, sometimes they return. It's a little bit hard to plot this because I don't know whether our Sing is the same as our Ping, because you're dealing with non-Chinese council clerks who, if they're interested at all, are maybe prone to misspelling a surname. But there's a great changeover. So I suspect that suggests precarity, but also possibly commercial connections. And I'm pretty sure there were connections between the market gardeners and the people in the shops who were selling, you know, probably that produce, but many other things besides. And you can see some of the dates there. Lots of people in the late 19th century, and then through the 10s and the 20s, and it peters out in the 1930s. And the only conclusion I can come to is that Chinatown is well established in the Haymarket area by then, so maybe people are congregating around there. But also the Republic of China, after the fall of the Qing dynasty in 1911, was well established, if a little bit prone to turmoil in the 1920s. So people may have been returning back to the motherland, so to speak. I just wish I could find those maps to give you an idea. Let's try again. And then probably that's it. Oh, there we are. That's what we want. Oh, damn it. Yeah, there we are. So these are two maps, Higginbottom and Robinson, who may be familiar to you, wonderful cartographers in the 1880s. And we had two maps covering two sides of what was then St. Leonard's, west and east. And I managed to plot the various places on those maps there. So again, you pick up a dot and you get the name of someone. And this is an outline of the property that appeared in our plot plans. So lots to explore there. Really wanted a website, not a book, because I didn't want sort of boxes gathering dust in a corner. And I wanted it to be available to sort of people all over the place who are studying the Chinese diaspora. So hopefully this will be a model. I had nothing to go on. There wasn't anything to base this on, but we just sort of followed our nose, and it seemed like a good way to do it. Has anyone got any questions, or is that enough time?
Any questions?
No. I think I've probably exhausted my 10 minutes. Thank you for your attention. Sorry I was a bit late.
That's okay. Thank you, Ian.
You're very welcome.
We'll go and explore those maps a bit later. Okay. This might help. We've lowered it. Okay, so general business.
Can't hear.
And that's why.
Excellent.
Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to introduce Professor Kathy Lowry from the University of New South Wales, who'll be talking about online legal research. Thank you, Kathy.
I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully you can see that now. Thanks very much for the invitation to talk to you today. I've actually stepped out of another meeting, so hopefully I'm not too scatterbrained, but we'll see how it goes. I'm also slightly nervous that I'm going to be talking to you guys about how to suck eggs, and you might actually well and truly know a lot of what I'm going to talk about. But basically, I've taught law for over 30 years, but I would call myself primarily a legal historian and a socio-legal researcher. I'm really interested in social history and cultural history rather than the formal way in which law presents itself. In other words, how law works in communities and affects people and places rather than what it actually is. So while I'm going to talk about different ways of doing legal research, what I'm really going to talk about is what I know, which is what I learned from my way of doing research, how I go about it, and what I've learned about different types of legal sources along the way. On the cover here are just two kind of books that I've written recently, but both of them are kind of social histories of how intellectual property works. I'm an intellectual property lawyer by trade or by profession, but I'm really interested in the way that cultural history is shaped by the way law works, and both those books are about that. So when usually people ask you about legal research, they're asking you about formal sources of law often. How do I find legislation? How do I find case law? How do I find academic scholarship? I'm sure that you know about AustLII, which is one of Australia's largest online legal resources, which has a lot of information about anything legal related to the formal workings of law, like courts and tribunals. But what you may not be aware of, your clients might not be aware of, is that often AustLII no longer comes up easily in general searches because of issues with AI scraping. Copyright applies to cases and other documents produced by the Crown, and AustLII, like any other library, is bound by licensing conditions, and that can today mean that people struggle to actually find their sources. And of course, AustLII does have very many user guides, and you can see some examples on the screen. Some of these are a bit dated. AustLII is publicly funded and has a lot of limitations that all of us who work for public institutions understand. And it grew originally from an academic background. The problem with using AustLII for a layperson is that unless you actually know if it's federal or state jurisdiction and you know a little bit about the court system, it can be very hard to navigate, and it's probably not necessarily relevant to a lot of local studies research. But there are specific AustLII law libraries that might be of interest. There is a lot of colonial legal history in the Colonial Legal History Library involving legislation, gazettes. You can do name searches in the legal history databases. Also, the Indigenous Law Library is very, very broad in coverage. It also is a repository for some barristers who were involved in high-profile litigation. They've deposited their personal records there. So it's got a whole range of material there which might be of interest. Things that people often don't think about using AustLII is using simply First Nation search terms. Institutions are quite easy to find in terms of official information, but often the real point of the legal inquiry is to look behind an official story. Law is really not about institutions, but how institutions interact with places and with people. And if you remember this, there's nearly always another way to get into an inquiry. A general search in AustLII can be really useful if you're put in these terms. So I live in home in Katoomba, and the Gundungurra people are the local Aboriginal owners. And in AustLII, you can see here a range of matters where the Gundungurra people are mentioned. In the list here, there was native title hearings, local government planning documents, a whole array of information, much broader sources of information than perhaps you would ordinarily expect. You can also use a geographical name search. So the Aboriginal spelling of Katoomba brought up bushfire-related information, planning documents, land and environmental court hearings. In a local history context, putting non-legal terms into AustLII can actually be quite productive in bringing up location-specific information. And then, of course, you can work from there to link down to particular institutions or particular dates. But the type of research that I'm really interested in, that I know most about, is really law about as it affects people. Law is not really found in institutions that leave public records, and the public record is not a very reliable source of actual accurate information around people. Law is really about lived experience, and first and foremost, it's created out of the interactions that occur in what I would call a socio-legal space. So we need to look at a much wider range of sources to get a glimpse of the way legal power is being constituted day to day, to make visible some of the processes, the interventions, the managerial decisions, who were these people, you know, things that looking behind the anonymity with which law presents itself, because anonymity is an important tool for law, in a sense, positing its power, predicting its powers, having power over us. And as a social legal researcher, we're really interested in actually understanding how that's constituted. So in socio-legal research, you tend to think more broadly about the type and range and authority of the sources that underpin analysis of any particular topic or any particular issue. And in looking for more diverse material to show its relevance to an existing body of law, body of knowledge that a researcher might more easily highlight. So we can see limitations in the way the status quo is constituted, bringing different perspectives on law into the conversation. Often understanding the incompleteness and uncertainty of law is a really important thing for people to actually come to appreciate. Consulting an archive or undertaking documentary research often supplements very conventional research methods, and they help you think more critically about what's actually happening in that space. So what I'm going to do now is run through the types of searches I do when I'm looking up a particular person. So this is some examples of some recent research I've done. So the one on the left is an article I wrote with David Unipen's descendant, Kim Krapineri. And the Krapineri family wanted to know, given that David Unipen was so acclaimed and his inventions were patented, why was it that he didn't make any money? What went wrong? And as you may imagine, there's a very complicated story sitting behind that, a lot of it relating to the traditional disadvantages and restraints that were placed upon Indigenous people, but also simply the problem that his invention, which was patented in 1909, was beginning to be commercialised at the start of the First World War, which was also a time where a lot of manufacturing was shifting to being from family firms to modern distribution methods with corporations and global agreements tying up distribution. So there's a whole range of kind of factors that happened there. And some of the sources that I'll talk about in a minute are ones that I used to actually work that one out. The one in the middle involves a recent article around the suffragette Louisa Lawson. And why I originally was interested in Louisa Lawson is I was trying to explain to Kim why it was that David Unipen didn't make any money and whether or not that was unusual. And there's a number of layers there, but one of the things I was aware of is that Louisa Lawson also had a patent and it was infringed and she successfully litigated, but it also didn't help her. In fact, it bankrupted her and she ended up having to sell a printing press as a consequence of that. But originally, you know, I was interested in actually just finding an analogue to explain why often law creates a whole range of structural disadvantages for people. And what ways into that is looking at what happened to, you know, particularly famous people who it didn't work for in the way that it was supposed to. Both of those projects involve looking at things like the State Records Office and the National Archives, and all of the basically public collections that, as you might imagine. But when you're starting with research with a famous person, the Australian Dictionary of Biography is still a very useful, even though some of the articles might be quite dated, way to start, primarily because a lot in their references, they actually include proper documentation of the archival sources. As you may be aware, in a lot of academic literature, the information is cited, but not necessarily the source documents. So it's very hard to excavate backwards. But the ADB is still a really, really great source when you're dealing with famous people. And of course, even people who are not famous, putting the name into ADB can sometimes bring up names in in an incidental reference in one of the other articles, which that can help you get a picture of different individuals' personal and business networks, church relationships, organisations they connect to, and confirm the dates of things that you don't know. So they're not just it's not just useful for a legal research about an individual, but also just all the incidental references that you can find within that archive. Of course, you would be very knowledgeable about Trove and how searches can be refined in there. But I often find using Trove, there's very much a need to cross-reference a lot of the information with a lot of the other sources that's available. Court reports, all the early court reports are, of course, only published as newspaper records. Formal case law will cite the actual newspaper record, or there will be, in a sense, iterations of it. So one of the things in legal research that when you're dealing with the 19th century, we don't necessarily have authoritative records in the same way that the UK can rely on. National Archive, of course, is also very useful, but in particular as a name search. In using record search as a legal researcher and a name search, you then can select the category of record from the drop-down menu, which can be very useful. Military records, immigration, art and science, copyright, patent and trademark, high court cases. And whilst it can take quite a long time to actually work through the institutional connections of the documents, simply as a legal researcher, working out different bureaucratic allocations of responsibility is often quite instructive in and of itself to actually work out how these things connect, how these powers connect, and also the massive often duplication in the institutional records. And of course, as I was found with Louisa Lawson's patent specifications here, sometimes you can be fortunate and somebody has actually already digitized the items for you. If you have individuals who actually, and you're referring to them, the National Archives, you may be aware that if you order files, you can take longer than 6 months to actually get a response. The archive is still very poorly staffed, and the state offices are often in obscure locations with quite limited opening hours. But it is usually more cost effective, and this is what we tell our law students, to sort your records by location and then travel with your iPad or whatever and just photocopy them. The staff are fantastic in person. It's just that they're very poorly resourced. I would always repeat the searches that I do in the National Archives with those in the State Archives collection. The State Records Office has really excellent records, and the last couple of years has really significantly upgraded its catalogues. Because they have information in all the government agencies, of course, they have a lot of court records, although historical research into court records is very, very difficult. Usually you're starting with a Trove newspaper report of particular judgments, and then you're working back from that to see if you can actually find the actual date of the file, the actual number of the file, and all the supporting court documents. The staff, again, at New South Wales Records at Kingsford are actually really helpful at doing that. And they will actually do preliminary searches for you often and point the researcher in the direction of where they need to actually go. It's actually quite an enjoyable place to research. I really like going there, and they have a great knowledge of alternate sources for information related to their records. But regardless of whether you're researching a famous person or an average person, a normal person, the fact that they have all the property, bankruptcy and probate files is often really, really useful, because you can often tell quite a lot about what's been going on in somebody's life from those stories, from the traces, the material traces they actually leave behind in their property. So, for example, I did some research in a different project about a very famous 1920s Australian film star, Arthur Shirley. And I used the trade presses and the newspapers, and he would been very successful in Hollywood, and he came back to Australia as a filmmaker. And if you focused on all the glossy stories about him, you would think he was a highly successful individual. But when I went to the archives, not only did I find he wasn't a wealthy socialite living the high life, there was all these records where often when it came to listing his possessions, his jackets or his blankets were in at the pawnbrokers off and on. all things like, clothing was at the pawnbrokers, and it was going in and out and in and out. So obviously he's having difficulty covering his rent. So it's kind of really interesting looking at those kind of alternate sources. It can be quite sad, but it really does flesh out the full picture about what's going on, rather than the pictures that we like to present to the public, which is often how we would like to be perceived, rather than reality of what's actually going on in our lives. The State Library, of course, has improved no end with its catalogue, and I find the format feature particularly useful. And you can find there obviously information that you can't find in other places with the manuscript collection. But in terms of historical and business records, this information page in the State Library is really, really useful for finding how to actually locate local business people. So you basically go from the research files listed here, and then you interpolate that with what's at the State Records Office and find out if you can find company packets, who's actually supporting particular organisations. There's a whole range of firm registers, names, gain bankruptcy information. It's a bit more specialist to do this work, but it is actually really interesting, again, to get a picture of the way in which things are developing and moving and going up and down in the way in which somebody is actually seeking to expand their business. Of course, one of the things that always comes up is whether or not you're actually got the right person or the right name. The New South Wales Registry of Birth, Deaths and Marriages, of course, has its online indexes, but they can be quite difficult and quite problematic, although I'm sure that in your libraries you actually have people who are very good at doing those kind of searches. But often I find that, and this applies from Ostley all the way through, often there are mistranscriptions, and actually never assuming that what you believe is the correct name is the actual correct spelling is the way to go. That you always have to put in multiple possible spellings, and often it can be quite difficult unless you actually have the date of birth to actually know that you're actually dealing with the right Australian. The City of Sydney Archives has, I find, random bits of information that are often useful. It's again, primarily, I find it most useful for property-related information. So this is a file, Louisa Lawson reporting rats in the city, and fleas in Phillip Street. But this is another one that this is actually my grandfather's business. He was ran a carpentry business, and this is planning a surveyor's map for putting up a corrugated iron structure. So it's not just information about famous people and stuff that's relevant there. You can find all sorts of modest quite information which can still be quite incidentally interesting at revealing something about individuals who's this is not historically important information perhaps, but it's kind of interesting. Like with this, for me, understanding this was in 1945, they're expanding the business, which is interesting because he was interned in the Second World War. Anyway, personal histories kind of intersect with a lot of this information and can flesh out some of the sparseness, I guess, of the information that's actually in the actual record itself. Trade papers, things like, so that on the right is an article in the Transmitter, which is the Journal of Telegraphic Workers. Those types of professional trade journals often have a lot of information if you actually know where the individual worked. So in this one, I found the best information about the Postmaster General that worked with Louisa Lawson was the information that was published by his colleagues on his death, that provided a whole range of information, but also gave a picture of his character. Because, for instance, here they were talking about the fact that how he was famous for being quite taciturn and quite a grumpy individual and stuff. And reading some of that more personal bits of information that are often in these more informal types of newsletters is really interesting, because you get glimpses of the character that the formal records themselves make it quite hard to read. And also, if you rely on the face of it, you can also draw the wrong conclusions about individuals' character and what their motivations might have been. The article on the left is an actual letter from the Percy Granger collection in Melbourne, and it relates to the way in which, when you're doing this type of research, you often come across all sorts of really interesting serendipitous material that you have no business looking at, but it's very, very interesting interpersonal details. Percy Granger, famous modernist musician, used to write very funny and very moving letters to people. And so things like he would write to his lover, "Stop sending me letters to Percy Granger Esquire at too much to his fancy London hotel. He said, I'm a socialist and you're embarrassing me when you call me Esquire." He also had very kind of lovely asides about how much he, basically missed her and things like that. And at the end, I actually got quite incensed and ran out and rang my partner and said, "Where are my letters? You never sent me any of these kinds of letters." But it's legal research is kind of really important, I think, on all sorts of levels, and that I think that people often think that the legal research is really about the formality of what actually happened, what the rights were, whether there's criminal prosecutions, what the crime and the punishment were, in very spare and abstract terms. And I think that the real role of a legal researcher is to look behind that and to actually try and understand what's going on in a much more human level. And in order to do that, you really have to look at more than just the formal record, more than what the institution tells you, more than the person presents about themselves or what their biographer might tell you. And with everyday people have fascinating lives and really interesting and curious kind of miscellanea behind, which is actually often quite interesting and quite instructive about the way in which people were living. And I think that all good legal research work is looking at, the formal institutional record or the nature of the proceedings in terms of what was happening socially, politically, locally, economically, and who the personalities are that were involved. And finding the personality from formal records is probably the hardest thing to do. But I think that that's why there's a need to look much more broadly at the type of sources that might be considered relevant to understand that. And of course, I haven't got a slide about here, but the other thing that I have used quite frequently is oral histories where they're available. And there are quite a good, range of oral histories and community historians who actually do that type of work. And they're also really an underutilized resource, I think. They're quite hard to locate, and obviously they can be quite hard to actually index and find that material. But often you can find an extraordinary amount of really rich information from people's recollections rather than simply the person themselves that you think you're interested in. All of us as researchers, I think, want to do justice to the person, but you also want to make sure that you're doing that with a fair and a critical eye. And obviously there are also limits to what you can possibly know. But I think it's very important as legal research not to assume that the documentation is the full story. And I guess for me, kind of my passion as a legal researcher is to always go that bit further and look a bit extra to see until you've exhausted all the random possibilities to try and work out what the story really was of that person's life. That's all I've got to say about that.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions? Any questions? Any comments?
Just mention about Amplify, because a lot of people, local history collections oral histories are available on Amplify.
Yeah, so there are a lot of oral history collections that are available on Amplify, which could be quite useful.
That's good to know.
Okay, well, thank you so much. That was very useful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next up, we have people from Trove. So we've got Liz McKenzie and both going to talk.
This is going to talk and I'll give answer questions.
Oh, okay. So this is going to talk and Jenny's here to answer questions.
Gonna check the sound first of all. Can everyone hear me okay? And online?
Is it down here? Go to Zoom.
Is it silent?
Okay. So, yes, as Donna said, I'm Liz Mackenzie and we have Jen Mackenzie there too. And thank you very much for having us here. We're really happy to be here. It's been really great to hear a little bit more about what you've been doing in your institutions as well. So we are part of a new section at the National Library that's called Trove Community Services. And one of the responsibilities of the new section is to consult and engage with a broad range of people who use Trove, such as yourself, to hear from you directly and to make sure we're staying in touch with your evolving wants and needs over time. So to that end, we'll be handing out a questionnaire shortly, which is really about how you use Trove. And if you could take the time to fill it out, we can arrange to get that happen.
Close it now. Sorry. Right now. Here.
I'll just keep talking.
Sorry. We'll get there.
We'll get there. So, more about our section a little bit later, but before I go on, I would just like to
Do you want these
acknowledge
handed
the
out now?
Australian. What's that?
Do you want these handed out now?
If you can, that would be great to select individual.
Yep, that's
okay.
We acknowledge the Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples of this nation. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land and pay our respects to ancestors and elders past and present. We are committed to honouring Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's unique cultural and spiritual relationships to the land, waters and seas and their rich contributions to society. Thanks. So there's about 2 slides. Pretty cool. Let's run along. One more. There we go. Thank you.
Sorry.
So this is the plan of what I'm going to talk to you today. Just a little bit of talking through Trove at 15, because Trove is now 15 years old. A little bit about looking forward, what we've got planned at Trove over the next few months. Trove partners and contributing to Trove, and then a little bit more about our section at the end and time for questions. So moving on to the next slide, and then the next one, thank you. So Trove at 15. So Trove continues to be highly used with 217 million visits over the last 15 years and 13.4 million or so last calendar year. So from this slide, you can see that not only are users doing a lot of searching, they are also highly engaged with the content itself, with lots of users text correcting and creating notes and lists and tags. In February, there were 1.14 million visits per month, with an average session duration of 8.96 minutes. So according to Google Analytics, a session duration above 2 minutes is above average for industry seeking online engagement. So 8.96 minutes was 4 times. So inquiries from end users are directed towards our section, the Trove Community Services section. And we've been able to analyse their location to show that we're answering inquiries from users all over Australia, including a representative distribution across metropolitan and regional and remote areas. So, what do Trove users think? One of the things we were interested to discover was the range of users. So in that 13.4 million visits last calendar year, there is a wide variety of users, and we can see from this that there are university students and hunters and family historians and many different types of users. Looking forward. So the ongoing and indexed funding that was announced by the government for Trove in 2023 has enabled us to plan ahead, and we've been able to develop a Trove strategy. So this new 5-year Trove strategy is soon to be available on the Trove website. It has 5 key objectives. So I'm just going to go through these and explain them in a little bit more detail. So the first objective is to make it easier for people to explore and engage with content on Trove. And the first way we're going to do this is to remove barriers to access. So Trove is a widely loved and used service and has strong reach across the continent. However, not all audiences are equally able to access it. So improving the ease of reading, navigation and accessibility on a range of devices are initiatives that will make Trove more welcoming to more Australians. Trove will also offer accessible support material and promote stories of varied journeys through the service to encourage audiences unfamiliar with traditional libraries. We're also planning to make discovery easier through people and technology. Using technology to automate and enrich data will help people find what they're looking for with greater accuracy. Trove uses technology in a human-centred way to balance innovative, transparent and reliable pathways to discovery. Rich descriptions allow content caretakers to build, manage and reuse collections according to best practices. And with rapid changes in technology, Trove will continue to combine human judgment with technical innovation to ensure metadata is accurate, fit for purpose and shareable. Objective number 2 is growing available collections to better reflect Australia's diversity. This is in both community and collections. So as you well know, many kinds of organisations collect and care for cultural heritage. This includes national iconic institutions, local community organisations and private and public organisations of all sizes. Through the Trove Content Contributor Program, Trove partners will be representative across sectors and will vary in organisation size, geographic location, culture and collection themes. Trove's heart has been its collection of Australian newspapers. In the coming years, completion of this collection will be balanced with introducing a greater diversity of digitised materials. While many partners share descriptive content in Trove, it's the digital content that has the highest engagement and delivers the most value to those using it. Trove will encourage partners to share digital content in Trove and participate in its digitisation program. This will be enabled by handwritten text recognition technology, so I was interested to hear what you were saying before, and the indexation of a much larger range of cultural materials. This will allow deep and casual exploration of personal papers, correspondence, diaries and more. Objective number 3, build relationships with existing and potential Trove audiences. Interact with the community. How people use Trove has changed over the past decade and that will continue to evolve. Trove will use regular research and case studies to connect with existing fans and those who may not have engaged with Trove before. Understanding of audiences and their needs will improve by analysing de-identified administrative data. Insights from user research will inform where more support is needed, and it will also help identify underrepresented communities and content. This will inform future structure and access decisions. Objective number 4, deliver connected, efficient and quality services to Trove partners. Trove underpins a national community of practice for cultural institutions. Trove partners, we know, highly value the metrics and learning resources available through the service. Sector webinars that tackle challenges and highlight new practices for professionals are increasingly well attended. We are also aiming to provide efficient and established system connections to Trove and for partners to make contributing easier for them and ensure cost-effective operations. Utilising clear standards for metadata, systems and content enables a good user experience and efficient operation. And the last objective is renewing Trove's infrastructure. Many of Trove's systems are at or near the end of their usable life. Their replacement is scheduled through a long-term Trove application roadmap that will guide planned work to achieve the best outcome for Trove's growing audiences. We want to manage the life cycle of software, so designing Trove's infrastructure with continual improvements and developments in mind will mean a more robust platform that can evolve over decades. and we know technology is constantly changing. Products regularly cycle through being created, used, and then shut down. Investing in appropriate enterprise architecture ensures that Trove is designed with an ongoing replacement and maintenance schedule in mind. We also want to enable innovation. So innovation enables Trove to reach new audiences, delivering them new content and providing a rich and engaging program that meets evolving expectations. The systems and products chosen will ensure a platform capable of leveraging new technologies as the Trove service evolves. So what does that actually look like? Handwritten text recognition, or HTR, is one of the projects currently underway that will help us achieve the objectives of the Trove strategy. So our handwritten text correction is recently developed and is now getting up to speed and at scale. So it's an exciting development for us, and the implications for searching are far-reaching. It allows searching by keywords within the text of handwritten material in a similar way to how the digitisation of newspaper text allows the searching by keyword within the text of newspaper material. So you can imagine that if you have any handwritten diaries or other handwritten text in local history material, you could digitise it through our digitisation program, and when it's uploaded to Trove and HTR is applied, the full text becomes searchable and discoverable in the context of the rest of the collections in Trove. We've seen how this facility has opened up the accessibility of the newspaper content, so this new facility in Trove is really assisting to increase the diversification of the content within Trove, to open up more of the collections for discovery, and it will encourage new research from different types of users. So in this slide, you can see a search using the words Monash, Chopin, and Polonaise, and you can see how Trove has been able to find 4 examples of those words occurring in the handwritten and digitised manuscript papers of Sir John Monash. This type of searching might be used by a university music student, for example, researching the history of Australian music. Monash was an accomplished pianist in his early university days, and Chopin was very popular at that time. And that combination of search terms led me to discover that not only is there a reference to Monash playing the Chopin Polonaise in public, but that he played in a concert with William Paley, who was a well-known music teacher, piano importer, and philanthropist at the time. Next slide, please. These 2 projects are examples of infrastructure replacement managed under the Trove application roadmap that I mentioned earlier, which commenced last year, and which aligns with Objective 5 of the Trove strategy, renewing Trove's infrastructure. Hopefully, if your library is a Trove partner, you will have heard of these 2 projects. TMM is a project that will replace the metadata engine at the heart of Trove. It will enhance the current match and merge process, which will reduce data duplication and improve metadata. It will also incorporate a design that will support highly experienced as well as less frequent users, leading to a more diverse and comprehensive database. As this project involves changes to the metadata within Trove, it's necessary to pause the many ingests into and out of the Australian National Bibliographic Database, and this is starting on Thursday. It will go to mid-April. We have been consulting widely in the area of resource sharing, and we know that public libraries are generally heavy users of this service. So the project to implement a new system to support national resource sharing is well underway, and a staged transition will be starting in mid-May. And the next one too. Trove partners are institutions contributing content to Trove. Some of them also make use of other services offered in a suite known as Trove Collaborative Services. We are aiming to increase non-traditional partners such as historical societies and museums and galleries to increase the diversity of content in Trove. As long as institutions have content in an online system that we can work with, we can harvest their content. There are now 50 historical societies and 46 museums and galleries contributing content. Here are the packages that are available to partners. And I can't read it, it's just giving you an idea of the levels that are available. So there's a variety of packages with different services and levels of service available in each. For example, some of the key services are resource sharing and catalogue searching. They are available in the top 3 packages, the ones on the right, with the number of searches and items borrowed and lent determining the price. The entry-level package, the one on the left, is free and allows institutions to contribute directly to Trove through an automatic daily harvest of metadata records. Other benefits that are available to partners depending on their package includes promotion of content in a blog post, I'll get to that in a minute, access to a dashboard that gives details of collections. That includes how much and which parts of their collection is being used and from where. Access to Take 20 with Trove webinars on topics of interest, the newsletter. Representation at the Trove Strategic Advisory Committee that discusses the strategic direction of Trove, and partner rates for any digitisation of their collection. And one of the benefits to having local history collections on Trove is that they become discoverable to a broad audience in the context of their searching. Trove has been designed to facilitate the synchronicity of searching a single subject across many formats and collections held at a variety of institutions. If users find a metadata record that was contributed through an automatic harvest from a partner, they're directed back to the institution's website for further information about access. So it also drives traffic back to each individual institution. Of the around 900 Trove partners, around 80 are New South Wales public libraries, with roughly 2/3 on the traditional package and 1/3 on the traditional plus package. There are also a few on the free content contribution package. This is an example of the promotion of content I mentioned earlier. We're doing a series of blog posts highlighting collections of family and local history resources held at various partner institutions throughout each state. We've done Queensland and South Australia, etc. Any new digitised content is also promoted through our Coming Soon and our What's New page, which we update regularly. So this is our section, the Trove Community Services section. We're guided by the Trove strategy and we focus on engaging with communities. Our work explores, describes and explains who uses Trove, for what and to what outcome. This knowledge will be used to support Trove communities to successfully access and use Trove in different ways for different purposes. We have a strong focus on building networks with Trove communities of users, including universities, individuals, communities, GLAM and non-GLAM organisations. This is a visit from the Wodonga Family History Society that came to the library earlier this month. Our section also delivers digitisation on demand services, which operate as a key point of interaction with Trove, wider library users and the broader community. We do this by organising our work into 4 streams. These 4 areas inform each other: user inquiries, Trove help and training, engagement with communities, and knowing our users. Over the next few months, we will also be updating the help pages, and beyond that, we plan to incorporate new material that will develop through an increased knowledge of our users. So as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, it's one of our key aims to engage with you, our users, and we look forward to any questions or comments now or through our online form on Trove. Thank you.
So are there any questions?
Yes.
What about historical organisations that don't have their material online, so it can't be harvested?
Yeah, we're finding that there are quite a few of them. They usually might have collections in a plastic box in somebody's garage. So I've spoken to people like that, and obviously they're really interested in it. So we do need for it to be harvested into Trove. It does need to be in some sort of online form for that. But we're interested in reaching out to communities like that and maybe helping them on the journey. There are a couple of online systems that are free for a limited number of collection items, and it might be that people want to start there and then build from that. So yeah, still reach out to us. and we might not be able to get you on Trove straight away, but we're still really interested in building a community of those people and seeing what we can do.
So a little bit of context, I've had a very bad experience in the past trying to communicate with Trove.
Okay,
So will community services thing, strategy, is there a user, I think have a customer service charter? Will this be improved with this new wonderful strategy that you have? And do you have a user service charter or anything of its standards?
So is your library a partner with Trove? Yes, okay. So the library operates under the same charter as our reader services charter, which is responding within 5 days.
Oh, 5 days, not 5 months.
No, not 5 months. I'm very sorry, it sounds like you've had an awful experience. Was it setting up a harvest or something?
No, just trying to get something digitized.
Oh, okay. Very sorry about that. If you could reach out to us, we will do our best to expedite the situation.
All done now, but good to know it'll be better in the future.
Okay, I might come and talk to you later, or yeah, wonderful, thank you. Yeah.
Is that really the telephone number?
No, it's supposed to be our switchboard out the front, which is 6262000. Thank you for drawing our attention. That was definitely.
And also, it says info@nla.gov.au.
Yeah. Please have a look at this slide. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
This is a comment. So Trove success is in the breadth and depth of its content. So we all want to contribute. However, it can be cost prohibitive for some services to contribute. And how can you make it easier for everybody? Because everybody's missing out. So you can't get the content. So for example, in our service, because we are on the traditional package, we can only have one harvest of the stream. And we chose global studies, but that means that our collections are not controlled. And at present, and probably in the near future, we can't afford to go on to the next level. And our searches numbers are quite low. So we don't search much, but we would like to contribute the content. And the difference in price between the two is enormous. And at the moment, it's not, I don't think it's just us. It may be other services. So my concern is for actually how does Trove represent the content? It could be better. It could discover more if we thought of a different way or a different model to allow people to contribute more and charge more for searching for services.
Sure. So I imagine that you're talking about the resource sharing and catalog searching, is that right?
Just adding one harvesting stream. That's the key for our service.
Yeah.
It may be for others as well. I'm sure, but it is actually having two harvest streams would mean that we could add content as well.
Is it the case that you would like both harvest streams to be differentiated from each other?
Well, it's probably technical, so it depends on what it is and what people use, what services use for their historical information, local studies and catalog. So it depends. I don't know whether they can be combined. In some instances they may be, but in other instances they may not be.
So generally what determines each harvest stream is whether it needs to be distinct or not. So if it's your local study stream that's coming in, it might be that you might be able to include the rest of your catalogue in that same stream. But if you want them to be differentiated, then that would be when you would need to be looking at separate harvest streams. But maybe we could talk to our technical people and just see whether that would be possible to include more in your harvest stream. Yeah.
We just have issues with our images on Trove, and we've been told that we have to have two different harvests, one for the images, and one for the collection.
Okay.
So it will cost us more because
there's two.
Two distinct.
If there's a technical reason that has to be, I'm sure that if you've been talking to those people, I would have given that advice. Yeah. Any other questions or comments?
Question, starting from scratch. Say you've got a historic
generally what happens if you contact us and say, we'd like to digitise that stuff, we've got awesome, that's fantastic. And generally we give you a quote, so we'd be asking you for how much you want to digitise. Generally it's a cost recovery price per page, and that's up on the website. If you go to the website and type in digitisation prices, it'll come to a pricing schedule. And what we're after is an approximate price to quote you on that you can then accept or not. We would then put you in touch with our digitisation colleagues who would work with you to get an exact scope of the size of the project, the number of pages, whether it's newspaper or printed or published or anything like that, and we'd establish rights, whether you have the rights to or whether we need to get any additional permissions for that. Generally, it takes about 6 months for us to schedule any digitisation projects, and we would work with you to work out whether it's actually your hard copy material or you borrow it from another state library. And then we would, if it's a state library, we have courier arrangements in place, but otherwise we do that at our cost. And then we would digitise the material and send you the invoice, and we work on together on promoting it. So if you have any channels that you wanted to use as well as the ones that we have established, do the rest of it. But the first step would be to email.
If they wanted to say something, can they just go?
Unfortunately, because we've got quite rigorous, firstly the standards, but also because we apply OCR to it, it needs to be quite a technical. We do a grayscale scan and a black and white scan, and it's a grayscale scan that goes off the OCR, so it does have to be captured according to quite set standards, which is why it's actually easier and cheaper to do it for us to do it. But yeah, emails is better. Any other questions? Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz. Next, it's the second part of local studies in the flash. So our first presenter can't attend, so Leila is up first.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
They're very strict.
There is a 3 minutes video.
You probably don't have to, so that's 3 minutes plus. But mention to have a look at the video.
Oh, yes, yes, they're all on our YouTube channel.
Yeah,
so
so
thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Leila, and I'm a program officer, and I work at Waka City Library. So since 2022, we started curating a series of exhibitions called Library Collections at Waka City Library, which we featured different regular members of the our library from different communities and backgrounds. Next one, please. So, how it all began. You know how sometimes the museums donate their display cases to the libraries because they purchased a better one and a new one. So we were donated this display case and we didn't know what to do with it. So we decided to start curating those exhibitions. Next one, please. So we approached different members of the library, our regular members who've been using different programs, services, and collections of our library. And we sat with them, have an interview and have a chat about how they got into Waka Waka and how they connected with the library, our library, and what services and collections they use the most. We also asked them to learn significant objects that is very dear for them and has a story, and asked them to tell us which part of our alongside their stories. So this one was the first part. It was called Iris's story. It was about this family who had moved from China to Waka Waka. Their daughter Rebecca used one of our programs, which is called Glee, English and Play. This program is designed for parents whose English is their second language and would like to improve their English. Although in this case, in Rebecca's case, it was different. Rebecca had left when she was born in Wagga. She was taken to China by her mom before COVID to stay with the grandparents for a while. And the mom returned to Wagga Wagga, but then COVID happened and they couldn't have the daughter. And she ended up staying with the grandmother for 3 years. So she didn't have any English when she was returned to Wagga Wagga. So she used this program with us. And that's how this story formed and we curated this story. Second one is called Kim's story. It's about this couple who moved the wife, which is Kim. She got married to Bernie, which is a local school teacher in Wagga. And they met in Vietnam and they moved to Wagga, had their family, 4 kids, and Kim started running this baking business, and she's very popular in Wagga, and she creates beautiful stunning cakes. And she's a regular user of cooking and baking, obviously, collection, and she recommends always beautiful Vietnamese cookbooks and also bonus books from the community collections as well. This one is Bianca's story. Bianca is a youth advocate for the LGBTQIA+ community in Wagga Wagga. She formed a youth group called Soup Alphabet, and she found Wagga City Library a safe space for her community. So they would come to the library with that group, Alphabet Soup, and use the safe space in the library for their meetings and activities. She's also obviously been recommending books for us to add to our LGBTQIA+ community collections and being a very regular member. Her mom works in the library as well. So yeah, next one please. This is Gabrielle's story. Gabby is a local author. She writes youth, junior and picture books, and she has always been a user of one of her programs, Story Times, with her daughters. So we approached her and we listened to her story about how she became an author and a writer, and how the public library like us helped her and inspired her to become a writer. As you can see on display, we have the newspaper address, which was inspired by the front cover of one of her books. Next one, please. This one is the story of Hina, a Pakistani family who moved from Pakistan to Wagga Wagga. She's a dentist. She's been a regular user of the library, using the programs, including story time with her 4 young children. She's also a dentist, and in order to be qualified as a dentist in Australia, she had to sit for exams. So she used our spaces, quiet spaces to study. And her mother, who is an artist, who is a painter, you can see her artwork behind Hina's mannequin. And so the mother and the kids would come to the library. The mother would use our art collection, and the kids would use our resources, and Hina would study to prepare for her exams. Next one, please. So this one is the Hewitt and Chen family story. Again, Valerie, who is the mom, and Dan and Lee. They all live in Wagga, but Dan moved from Taiwan to Australia, married Lee, moved to Wagga to attend Charles Sturt University, which is one of the local universities in Wagga Wagga. She's a dentistry student as well. While she was a student and working, Lee and Daniel would come to the library, use the library and the resources, and attending our programs. Next one, please. the last one, which is currently on display, is the Laos story. As you know, Wagga Wagga is a big, one of the big regionals that a huge community of the Yazidis have been settled. So we've been trying to encourage them to use the library and become part of the library's community. We are offering different services to this community, including language cafe and youth multicultural group that we run in Wagga Wagga Library. The Lao found the library through the youth multicultural group and language cafe. She's left Iraq, then moved to Turkey, and then from Turkey to Australia. She obviously can speak Kurmanji, which is her mother tongue, Arabic, which is the Iraq's official language, and then she can speak Turkish, and now she's learning Arabic. So she was saying that the first time she came to the library, she went and checked out our community languages collection, and she found 40 Rules of Love by Elif Shafak in Arabic, and she was so excited because she had just been reading that in Arabic back in Turkey. Also she attended all of our youth multicultural group activities. We had an excursion to Melbourne with this big group. It was very lovely and exciting, and including all her family have been attending language cafe classes, which is like a program that helps with the refugee and asylum seekers with their English. Three of these parts of the exhibition, we also made short videos that are available on our YouTube channels, so that you can have a look. These exhibitions, the result of this, next one please. So we decided to activate these exhibitions and encourage our audiences and engage them with this exhibition. We just didn't want them to be just a display. So we created programs to activate these exhibitions. With the Laos, we launched the exhibition. We invited the community to come over. We played music. We invited artists, the Yazidi artists. We served Yazidi food. Lee, who was an artist, we ran a workshop with our youth multicultural group, and he taught them how to do charcoal and drawing and painting. With Gabby, who is an author of children books, we invited her to run a story time session for our story time attendees, and she read her own books in those story time sessions. And the accidental happy thing about all this exhibition and the result of it, which we weren't actually planning, but it turned out really lovely, they all became our local studies content and collection. Because not only we have them as videos, they've all been recorded digitally as well. And it's like the history of the newcomers to Wagga and how they got settled in Wagga Wagga. Although we have been promoting our library by these exhibitions, but then it became part of our local studies as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly is next. Sorry, where? Oh, sorry. Yes. And then Zoom. Zoom. Yeah. Sorry. No, I can't. Sorry. Just here. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Inner West, it's gone there. Okay.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Holly, a community steward for the Inner West Council. and today I'm going to be introducing a quick teaser into our educational site studies that will be launching in May. These cover around 6 general historical sites in Sydney's inner west area. Launching hopefully all of them this May. They're inquiry-based studies on historical resources designed for years 7 to 10 history syllabus, funded through New South Wales Heritage Grant. These are developed for history teachers by collaborating with professional historians, teachers, and archaeologists. In this, students can develop analytical skills using these historical sources to undertake an inquiry and communicate their results. With a focus of the site's change over time and its archaeology, all connecting back to our history collection. For teachers, they can incorporate an interesting local history for students, and with the kit of resources we're providing, they can have an online site study in the classroom, but also if individuals or the class would like to visit the site in person. The first study covers the example of Liverpool Metro. This is where the Vickers Woolen Mills once stood, and as you can see from this photo, the mill house is still present next to the current shopping centre. In 1893, John Vickers first purchased the building using Australian wool and government contracts to manufacture blankets and uniforms for the railway workers in Sydney. He later then manufactured for the Army, Navy and Air Force during the First and Second World War. During this time, employing many women and girls as young as 14, comprising about 75% of the Vickers workforce. It was then in the 70s that it was demolished and closed down. The next example is the Dawn Fraser Pool at Balmain. This is exploring a much larger site with a development showcasing a rare surviving example of a fully enclosed public tidal bath from the 1880s. As well as the history on famous swimmers and women's inclusion, the Water Polo Club and 20th century social activities, as well as the National Box Factory that once stood next door and the Rowing Club at White Horse Point. We wanted this information to come to life and to show its intergenerational appeal. This led us to a collaboration between the Inner West Council's history team and Michael Rampey of Realistic Imaging and the creator of the 3D pedestal platform, as well as the Friends of Dawn Fraser Pool in the development of an interactive resource and virtual reality. Using aerial and ground-based photography, as well as laser scanning and a process called photogrammetry, with examples playing now, interactive elements include 3D objects, 360 images, comparison sliders, and a full custom VR experience. This can all be shown through a VR headset or through a phone, tablet, or computer. This with photos and historical information all on a specially designed website. This displays the full history of the site. This history, like some of our other site studies, can easily be scaled to older primary school years, as well as university students and adults alike who might just want to explore the VR in their personal time, as well as exploring and reading about this unique Sydney history. Our last example is the LGBTQ+ history of Inner West from the 1970s. Many of Australia's most prominent and groundbreaking activists and organisations were based in this area. The site study aims to foster students' interests and reflect on the major social changes. 2 key events that are covered in this site study is the establishment of the organisation Camp Inc. In the Inner West, it was an advocacy group that fought for legislative change, as well as offering support services and community events. The next event is the Mardi Gras in 1978. Many Inner West residents were involved in the organisation of this event, including the Camp Inc. members. Photographed here is longtime resident Robin, a camp executive who was resisting arrest and appeared on the front pages of the Telegraph, which eventually resulted in the loss of her job. Even with this police violence and arrest, Mardi Gras has taken place ever since, improving the visibility of the community. The resource kits we are providing as part of the site study give teachers a range of tools, including a text-based guide, a video, PowerPoint, linked bibliography and historical sources, as well as teacher notes and class worksheet questions. This is a general small snapshot of the overall suites that we will be releasing this year. If you have any questions, you're welcome to email us, as well as our whole teams here as well. Thank you.
This is Louise from Newcastle.
Hi there, can you all hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Beautiful. All right, I'm just going to share my screen. This one here. Go back to the beginning.
If we mute the mic on our end, it might kill the echo.
Fabulous. So, thank you for joining us. I'm Louise.
I'm Phil.
And we work at Newcastle Libraries, and we're talking today about a monumental task, trying to keep track of local art.
We're getting a really big echo, and it seems like you've got loop feedback at Newcastle.
Okay. Is that better? Is that any better?
Yeah, so it's not us.
Okay, so just.
So is it still happening?
Yes, it is.
All right. Did someone else want to go in our place while we work it out, and maybe we'll move rooms and see what we can do?
Okay.
Maybe close that. We're supposed to all our other computers down. Is that any better?
No.
Okay. All righty.
Should be able to share. Just a minute. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We'll give them a minute to.
Yeah, get them.
I've just changed my microphone. Does that help at all?
Yes. Okay.
All right, thank you for your patience. All right, let's share the screen again. Let's try this. All right, so are we looking good and ready to roll?
Yes.
Excellent. Brilliant. I'm Louise and this is Sue.
Today we're going just quickly tell you about some of our issues with the plaques in our community. Firstly, we'd like to acknowledge that our presentation was created on Awabakal land and pay our respects to elders past and present. The plaques of Newcastle have been removed from locations across Newcastle, all over the place. Recently, the 2019 Statue of Joy Cummings, Newcastle's most admired Lord Mayor, and the 116-year-old Jubilee Memorial, also known as the Coal Monument, have been allegedly targeted by a local organised crime gang. But it isn't that clear cut. Plaques fall into several categories and commemorate different things. They may commemorate the official opening of infrastructure buildings, community services. They can be historical markers and memorials, and they may be public or private. Plaques can be found on private and commercial buildings, family memorials, maybe a project of an historical group, and council buildings or projects. So why are they missing? This, by the way, is our iconic fountain with a very big repair job over where the plaque used to be. They also took the handrails. The plaques may be stolen or vandalised, removed by the new owners of buildings, saved and in private hands to ensure they don't go missing. and removed during repairs, restoration and demolition of buildings.
Okay. This is our Lord Mayor Ross Kerridge's Facebook page. He regularly shares updates as his way to communicate with community. And in this post, he's writing about the coal monument, which Sue mentioned earlier. And the Lord Mayor notices that one of the panels was missing. He walked past it one Saturday and was concerned about the others and that they may be stolen as well. He sought advice about what he could do, as Lord Mayor, what was his role in this, and apparently was advised that there was nothing he could do and it would be dealt with when office hours were back open and things like that. And then the next day, the bronzes were stolen. And then these are some of the community responses. So I've tried to maintain anonymity, but the community is often very vocal in their responses, and it's no different here. You can see some of the themes are around the reporting of other plaque thefts. There are a lot of people supporting the Lord Mayor for his kind of civic attempts at protecting the heritage. There's criticism of bureaucracy. There's call for police involvement. And there's speculation about who could have stolen the plaques. So it's going in lots of different directions.
So one of the things is that the plaques haven't been documented anywhere. There's no general register of plaques in the City of Newcastle. The City of Newcastle doesn't actually own all those plaques, so this has been quite difficult. There's many maps of historical walking tours, and these maps mark the location of historic sites, but they don't place any of the historical markers as being on those sites. You or me? Oh, right. However, in our photographic database, we take photographs of the plaques every time we walk past them. However, this is one from 1976. So sometimes in your collection, you may have photographs of plaques which are sort of incidental to the main story, which is very handy if you're looking for plaques that are fairly old.
Beautiful. And so our recommendations, this is what we've started to do as a result of this, is whenever you're out and about in the LGA, so at lunch or walking to and from the car, have your phone in your pocket ready to take a photo, and that phones have the capacity to store important information that you would use when you catalogue or accession the photographs, which you'll see here. So even if you can't jot down the detail of the date or the address, you can come back to it later, and your phone should in some way be storing that data. And so that's one of those quick and easy things that we can do to try and keep track of what's out there in a landscape where the plaques are coming and going. And that's us.
Thank you. Okay, Samantha. Back to you. Yes.
Afternoon, I'm Samantha for Yellamundie Library Studies. While I'm waiting for the presentation to come up, I would just like to acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of the land and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people on the lands on which we meet and are present today. So today I'm talking about the Aboriginal oral history project called Hill 60 Stories. So Hill 60 Stories is a collection of oral history interviews on Wollongong City Library's Illawarra Stories website. It's a valuable project that captures history told by Aboriginal traditional owners, custodians, and knowledge holders who share the connection to this place and the experiences of their family members who lived on Hill 60 in Port Kembla. In April 2024, traditional owners and custodians were consulted by our Wollongong City Wollongong City Council's Community Engagement Aboriginal Services Officer to gauge interest in sharing their stories. Introductions were made to the local studies team, who then consulted directly with and built meaningful connections with numerous elders and Aboriginal community members who wanted to be part of sharing their history of their ancestors in association with Hill 60. Great care was taken to ensure, sorry, I should have said slide. And then the next slide. Thank you. So great care was taken to ensure that each individual could share their story in their way. So you can see the signage up there is the new interpretive signage about the history of the area that was placed by Wollongong City Council in December 2024 at Hill 60 Port Kembla as part of the Narrabeen Trail. The history includes the displacement of the Aboriginal community and also the Hills war heritage. The Hills Stories page went live on the 19th of December 2024, the day before the interpretive signage was placed there. And Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people should be aware that this website contains images and voices and names of deceased persons. So there's a QR code there that you can use to link directly to the stories. This QR code is also on the signage at Hill 60 that links Illawarra Stories website to where our elders' voices can be heard sharing the history of this significant place. Uncle Steve Russell designed the terrazzo that was placed on Hill 60, and Uncle Steve also shares his family's story and the meaning of his design. Auntie Cheryl Davis Fulcher's connection to Hill 60. I've just got, if you press the next slide, we'll hear.
Well, my mother grew up over there as a child with her parents and her siblings, and there was a fair few Aboriginal families that lived there, and my mother's family was the Bell family, and she grew up there and went to Port Kembla Primary School, and the connection is through my great-great-grandfather, William Walker, who was my mother's great-grandfather, and he died at Minamurra in 1895, and his daughter Esther, she ended up living over Port Kembla with her husband James Bell, and then from then on, you know, grandfather was born. So they all lived there and all had a connection through our ancestral ties.
So it was really valuable to have these stories shared by some of the Aboriginal elders and traditional owners with their family histories, some of which haven't been documented. In addition to the Hill 60 stories that related specifically to their ancestors. Sorry, slide. We also conducted full interviews with Aboriginal elders who we had interviewed for Hill 60, which are available on another part of the website called Aboriginal Community Members Stories. So it was an honour to sit with our local Aboriginal elders and record the knowledge of this significant place.
Leonie.
Is this the right one? No. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Okay. Don't want to delete don't want to delete slides here. Yeah. Don't want to delete Alison's. Share.
Hi, I'm Leonie. I'm the Local Studies Officer here at Liverpool. This presentation is called Community Exhibitions, and I'll be talking about 3 of the exhibitions that the Local Studies team has been part of since our new library opened in December 2023.
And then there.
Oh, sorry, that one.
Back? No, back on.
Yeah. So a celebration of Philippine culture was exhibited in the pre-gallery from May to June 2024. This exhibition was a celebration of the 78th anniversary of Philippine-Australian relations. It showcased a collection of cultural objects and costumes loaned to us by the community. This was my first experience assisting with the setup of an exhibition as the Local Studies Officer. Background help was provided by the team leader, museum curator Tony at the museum, and his assistant Jonathan, who provided advice on the installation of the exhibition. Next one. We had many volunteers from the Philippine community in the preview gallery on the install day with many different opinions on how things should be displayed. This was a challenge, and I quickly learned that I needed to listen to what they wanted and at the same time provide advice on what would look best.
Sorry.
The most challenging part was keeping the exhibition looking clean but still eye-catching. It needed to be an exhibition that suited the new library space. We had to be picky with the items that made it into the pods because putting too much would have detracted from the look of the exhibition. The volunteers from the community group assisted with assembling and dressing the mannequins, with costumes ranging from everyday clothes to handmade formal costumes with headdresses. Labels were produced for each pod using Canva, and the Philippine community was very active in promoting this exhibition, including organising the opening day with traditional dances, food, and an official ribbon cutting. Members of the community also participated in an interview on SBS Filipino. Next slide. So our next exhibition was the Sister Cities exhibition. The objects in this exhibition came from our archives, along with a few loaned items. The Sister City initiative between Liverpool and Toda in Japan began in 1992 and continues today. The exchange program halted during the pandemic, but continued via Zoom. Next slide, please. This collection had never been catalogued, so it was an opportunity for us to select exhibition items and add the entire collection to our catalogue. This was over 100 items, including fans, ceramics, clothing, and decorative screens, which we photographed and entered into the archives. Next, please. We decided to reach out to the local community and see if there was anyone who participated in the Sister City program and might have something they would like to loan us. Our library programs officer organised these great call-out posts on our social media platforms. We had a few responses and we were able to add a kimono and a carp kite to the exhibition. I also learned a new skill of tying an obi via many views of a tutorial on YouTube. Next slide, please. A serendipitous event occurred as we were advised by the council that a group of students from Toda were participating in a student exchange for the first time since the COVID pandemic. The delegation visited the library and viewed the exhibition. The mayor presided over a morning tea in the Yellamundie Gallery, where the students were presented with gifts, and Liverpool Council was presented with a decorative fan, which we added to the archives. The next one, please. So the next exhibition was for the STARTS Serbian Women's Group. STARTS is a not-for-profit organisation providing culturally relevant treatment and support, assisting people and communities to heal the scars of refugee trauma and build their lives in Australia. The Serbian Women's Group was founded in 1997 and was initially focused on providing a social network for Serbian women experiencing settlement difficulties and the impacts of war trauma. The group continues to be supported by a STARTS counsellor. This exhibition was a display of beloved handmade items, costumes, and objects that were handpicked for our gallery pods. These women were also part of the Casula Powerhouse-led exhibition in the art gallery called Faces of Liverpool, and oral histories of three of the women have been recorded. Next slide, please. Items in the exhibition included traditional costumes, hand-crocheted items, and dolls. When going through these items with the women, they excitedly told me the stories and history and meanings behind everything, which helped me to make the labels. The wall vinyls were designed by our printing company with design references provided. We also have members of staff that speak Serbian, and they were able to help me with naming and spelling cultural items correctly. Okay, and the last slide. Working in local studies in Liverpool, you can get bogged down in its colonial past. Liverpool is filled with colonial reminders, such as the Macquarie Monument out the front, Collingwood, and the courthouse, to name a few. The community exhibitions we have held in this new library show that there is so much more to Liverpool and showcase the diversity of Liverpool today. Library customers have had the opportunity to learn about other cultures and their stories. Liverpool and Western Sydney is a cultural melting pot that we are privileged to be a part of. What I really enjoyed about these exhibitions is talking to the community and seeing how proud they are to have their heritage and culture on display. Hearing their stories and witnessing them showing their friends and families the exhibition has affirmed for me what libraries can be for our local communities.
And Alison. Oh, damn, sorry. And then, oh, no, no. This one?
Just back on slide, please.
Yep. Is that malaria? Yeah. And then this one. This one. And then, okay, and then duplicate. And back one. Oh, yep. I'm sorry.
So I'd like to start by acknowledging that I work on the lands and waters of the Gadigal peoples, and that I'm presenting today on the lands of the Darug peoples in Sydney, and to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Thanks, Tom. So this very short presentation is about an online exhibition with an interactive map. I'd like to use the last 30 seconds to walk you through the website, so I will get to that. The impetus for the project was that this year is 2025. The postcode for Wallara is 2025, which is where I work, and it's a bit naff, but council decided that they would have us celebrate Wallara
in 2025 because it's the same postcode. And they wanted us to do an exhibition at Paddington Library, which is not in Woollahra, but it's the only space in our suite of libraries which has an exhibition space. So rather than just have an on-site exhibition, I thought it might be better to also have an online exhibition as well. So next slide. So this is just to show you, you can just see some of the works hanging on the walls there. So they are A1 prints that have been framed, and I'll talk about framing versus foam core pretty soon. Next slide. So the process that I used was to select images from our historical collection, and there were certain criteria that the images had to meet. So I really wanted a range of buildings and places. Woollahra, as you probably know, is known for its mansions and very expensive properties. So going through the historical images showed me that there were a number of workers' cottages, public housing, obviously parks, and other places. So it really helped to expand people's ideas about what is Woollahra. I wanted to show some of the landmarks as well as the less well-known spaces. The historical image had to be of good enough quality that it could be blown up. And then rather than just displaying historical images, because I find that people's eyes glaze over once they've looked at a couple of black and white photographs, and also because the historical images in our collection, and I think in a lot of local studies collections, are not taken by professional photographers. They're taken by you and me, people out in the community. They're not always very well framed or, what's the word, composed. They're often not in focus, and they're not taken by Max Dupains unless you live in Leeton or some of the other places that I've fortunate enough to be photographed by him. So I wanted to twin them with contemporary photographs of the same places to let people think about changes over time and whether they've changed as well. So I worked with our local council photographer for half a day to take some now photographs to complement the back in the past then photographs. And then with in-house website designers. Next slide, please. So the captions are the same online as they are on site. As you probably know, if you've ever written captions, you're not getting a history of the site. It's just an overview. You're just providing a taster. You're trying to engage with people's memories and senses and working with what the audience can see. So I've provided here in the smaller font a caption for this photograph, or two photographs, because it's the corner shop. And I've asked people to try and engage, because I think we can all remember walking through those plastic coloured strips that used to hang down over the doorways of corner shops to try and keep the flies out and they blow in the breeze. So just trying to evoke some of that. And of course the corner shop is no longer there, it's now a residence. Next slide, please. I couldn't resist on this one though, because the beauty of this photograph is that there's three interwar apartment buildings next door to each other, and those three apartment buildings are still there. So I had to do three captions because I couldn't keep it all to one. And then we also, in the course of researching those buildings, I found these beautiful architectural plans for the three buildings and discovered that one of the buildings was basically just a mirror image of the other one. So they used the same plans. They were all built within a 3-year period. And so on the left-hand photograph, you can see that we've put reproductions of the plans out for people to look at. And the captions actually direct you to the plan and direct you to see, look at the plan to see what wasn't built when you look at the photographs as well. Next slide. So frames versus foam core. I'm sure we've all used both in the past. I wanted to use frames because I think it privileges and honours the work of the photographers. They did cost a little bit more,
upfront, but only about $50 more overall. And then we've got the frames to use next time. And so next time we can just print something for $22 instead of reproducing another piece of foam core, which is non-recyclable, for $137, which is what we were doing in the past. So it's a much more sustainable approach, and it just makes everything look much more uniform as well. The frames will also be reused in some other projects when we go out into the community and need to exhibit something. They're also much less likely to get damaged. It's really hard to move foam core around. You drop it and the corner is damaged straight away. Next slide. So there's a QR code on the bottom of every caption, which links into the website. And the slider on the website, which I know we've seen a few examples of today, it was made with free software called Juxtapose. And if we can just go to the website now, you might be able to link from that, or I did open it as well, Donna.
Oh, we'll try from here. We'll try it, yeah.
I should have done a video as Holly did. That was the clever thing to do. Oh, good.
Yep, okay.
And I'll just let you navigate it. Hopefully it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay.
So all of those
You've got
hyperlinks up there link to
Can you stop sharing my
the
share?
different
Oh, okay.
ones. So let's look at the workers' cottage.
Yep, sorry,
Yeah,
it didn't share online,
sorry.
so
got to redo it.
You can actually share from the site. Yeah, wonderful. Great. So let's look at the workers' cottage. That's an interesting one. There it is, and you want to go over the slider there. So if you put your cursor over that middle line, it should turn into a slider for you.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
So you can see the old.
Ah, right.
Have fun, yeah. No. And the other way gives you the new.
Right, okay.
Bit trickier to demo, but what you can see there is that, of course, people love to kind of do up the house, and so they've put shutters on and the white picket fence, made it a bit cutesy, but the original never had shutters and a white picket fence. And then if you scroll down a little bit more, you'll get to see the captions. Oh, there it is, and then you can go to the next one. The Jersey Road one's a bit more dramatic because it was a burnt out building. Now it's got a beautiful tree there. So all of those are also plotted on a map. So the wonderful website designers plotted the places onto just a Google map.
That's great.
And you can hyperlink from the place on the map to the photograph and to their neat information. And that's it. Can I take questions, Donna?
Yeah. Oh,
no?
No? Any questions quickly? Yeah.
The plans for the
yeah, they're from council archives. Yes, that's right. Yeah, so that was a bit of a find, a treat to come across them.
Oh, there's someone online too, isn't there?
Yep.
Just got to read Claire and
Oh, no, I didn't know Claire already.
Okay.
Yes, so I'm just going to check she's online.
So his presentation, there you go, you can load it up. I'll just open it. Yeah, so you finished with that one? Yes. Yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah. So we got stuff up.
Got something there. Oh, wait, it's open. Yep. Is there one more? No. Okay. Oh, okay. This one. Okay, we just got to open, and then you're gonna, and then we'll have to share it. Okay, there's Claire. Yeah, so Claire's there. So I've opened it. I haven't shared it yet. Which one is it? I am also recalling it. I think everyone's having a rush. I've got a rush. It's tired.
Okay, everyone, so last speaker this afternoon. We're going to start a little bit early because we are running a bit early now. So, all right, so we have here with us today Associate Professor Toby Rayburn, who is also presenting with Claire Chang. Claire is online, so they're going to co-present a new book that they've co-written called Madness Then and Now. It is not yet published, but it's still very looking at that. So it is talking about Liverpool Lunatic Asylum, which used to be the school over at St Luke's Parsonage. It's not there anymore. So it's a history that hasn't really been written. And Toby, Claire have been writing about that history. So I'll let Toby now.
Hi everyone. You've had a very jam-packed day today, I'm sure, and got a few nods earlier from people saying it's been a good day. So thanks for having us along. I just want to do a sound check and see Claire is based down in Victoria. Claire, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear, Claire. Welcome. I can't see you. So
I can see you.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. I'll keep an eye on me then, Claire.
Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, so Claire and I are co-authors on this new book that has been supported by Liverpool Library, and I thought I might begin by reading a little bit from the opening chapter, just to give you a sense of where we pick the story up. The book focuses on Liverpool Lunatic Asylum, as Tara was saying, which operated in Liverpool. It was modern Australia's second lunatic asylum, following Castle Hill, and it operated in Liverpool between 1826 and 1839. So you had the original lunatic asylum at Castle Hill from 1811 through to 1826, and in about September, the Governor Darling, the second lunatic asylum, opened in the parsonage of St Luke's Church. So it's been a great project, local history. I do want to and I'm sure this occurred earlier in the day, but just do want to acknowledge on behalf of Claire and myself, the Dharawal and the Dharug and the Gadigal people of the lands, where this local history sort of takes place. And just to let anyone who may be of Aboriginal descent know that in this opening portion of the book that I'm about to read, we do focus on a leader, an Aboriginal leader who is obviously now dead. So I'll just read this. Chapter 1, The Skull in the Surgeon's Luggage. When the trading ship Willoughby sailed out of Sydney Cove on the 12th of November 1816, it had a dead man's skull stored below deck. The skull belonged to the Aboriginal leader named Carnaby. who had been shot and decapitated by British troops during the Appin massacre that occurred on the 17th of April that year. It was just one of several massacres that took place in early 19th century Australia during a period Aboriginal people came to refer as the killing times. Carnavagle's skull was stored in the luggage of a 22-year-old British naval surgeon named Patrick Hill. He was on his way home to Scotland following a busy 3-month visit to the British colony of New South Wales. In a dark twist of fate, within a few years of quarrying the skull to Edinburgh, Dr. Hill would return to New South Wales, where he became the medical officer responsible for overseeing the colony's newest hospital and second lunatic asylum, located in the frontier town of Liverpool, on land previously owned by Carnavagle and his people. The lives of Carnavagle and Dr. Hill represent two starkly different yet profoundly intertwined narratives of early colonial Australia. On one hand, Carnavagle's story embodies resistance, loss, trauma, and the systematic dehumanisation of Aboriginal people, highlighting the violence and dispossession inherent in colonisation. On the other, Dr. Hill's path to becoming a medical physician and his migration to Australia reveals how colonial ideologies were used to forge the foundations of modern Australian healthcare, including the labelling and treatment of people who were cared for in early lunatic asylums. Together, these histories illuminate the broader context within which Liverpool Lunatic Asylum and modern Australian healthcare was conceived. A world dominated by colonial expansion, social hierarchies, and early 19th century myths about madness. And thus we open our local history with international implications. And if we just pop to the next screen here, we're able to.
No, it should be activate.
There we go. So, and with this, I just wanted to really thank Liverpool Library and just say this work has been a long time in the making. We've been working on this project for over a decade. I won't tell you exactly how long, because probably longer than that. But it's been an absolute privilege, obviously, to work on this project with my good colleague and friend Claire, and she'll talk a little bit more towards the end of this talk. But it's also been a real privilege to have the chance to get to meet Tara and the team here at Liverpool Library, and I was reflecting on how the project sort of developed, and it actually really started like it started in, like everything else, it sort of starts as an idea, it doesn't inside your head, but surreptitiously, on some level, my wife and I had lived in Liverpool for a number of years, and we rented flats in around the CBD of Liverpool, and we bought a house. And in 2009, we moved into a street called Whelan Avenue, Chipping Norton, which is just down the road. And it so happens that within about 400 metres of our house is a little children's play park. And in that park is a memorial stone to the original house that was built by the first British colonist in the Liverpool area, Thomas More, and who then went on to do other things, donating land to Moorback and more Anglican College and other things. But it was because of that plaque, and I was sort of playing there one day with my little girl Hope, and an interest in history and a background, obviously, in studying history and so forth. But I ended up visiting Moorback Library and found a book on the local history. It's been written about Liverpool, written by Carol Liston, who many of you may know, an extraordinary person, a wonderful historian, local historian. And I rang Carol up, and at the time I was working in Western Sydney at university, and she was working there as well. I was in the nursing department, and she was in the history department. And we had, over the course of the next couple of years, we had a number of meetings where Carol really encouraged me, really provided mentorship in many respects, and co-authored a number of papers with me. And that then led, and from the library at Moorback to the library at Liverpool, and talking to local historians like you guys, you know. And so I just wanted to thank you very much for the work that you do, essentially. because it's through people like you that people like me and Carol and other historians are actually able to walk in off the street and go, did you have a book on this? You know? And it's valuable work. And I know Claire shares that sense as well. I now work for Australian Catholic University, who've also played a fairly minor role in this project, really. But if we go to the next screen, this book is really situated in a much broader piece of work that over many years, really publishing various articles focused on what I broadly call the nursing project, is trying to sort of reinvigorate a sense that history actually matters in schools of nursing and in the education of nursing students, which is my sort of bread and butter these days. And it's a funny old business, and you sometimes, this picture of Horton, I can really relate to Horton. As a person interested in colonial history, you constantly feel a little bit like a strange beast, and you sort of try to say,
Oh, sorry.
It's really racist. And kangaroos there sort of saying, I don't know if you guys sometimes feel like that as local historians, but with colonial history, it's often like that. I think what this book has enabled us to do, and this Claire will talk about this, is make some, through the paradigm of a local story of Liverpool Lunatic Asylum, to appreciate the international kind of ripple effects that ideas about what we now call mental health, back then they referred to it as madness or lunacy, can have through just a couple of people's lives. You can get these ripple effects that ripple out worldwide. If we go to the next screen, I've just placed there a few pictures which I might briefly mention, which were captured in this opening part of the book. And so we have the classic kind of picture there at the top of the screen around the frontier wars, which I'm sure everyone here is very, very familiar with, over 100 years of sort of frontier wars and massacres in Australian history. But this particular story about Patrick Hill, colonial surgeon Patrick Hill, who's in the centre of the screen there, taking Carnegie's skull, and that's a picture of Carnegie's skull there that we have on the far side of the screen, taking it back to Edinburgh, and he was on board the Willoughby, and the Willoughby is actually portrayed in the year that he took, just before it left Sydney Harbour. This painting was made, and the Willoughby's right there. And if we go to the next screen, we then get this sort of ripple effect out that I was talking about, where if we trace what happened to Carnegie's skull and the way it was used, the way it was traded by Patrick Hill, it was taken to Edinburgh, where he sold it to Sir George Mackenzie, who's in this portrait here. Now, coincidentally, painted by Sir Henry Raeburn. My name's Toby Raeburn, I'm a distant relative. But often in history, you get these weird coincidences, don't you? It's really quite nostalgic. And as some of you may know, or may know the name, David Octavius Hill is in the top corner of this. So David Octavius Hill was one of the pioneers of Scottish photography, and he was the youngest brother of Surgeon Patrick Hill. And it turns out that the fact that Surgeon Patrick Hill sold the skull, chose to sell the skull to Sir George Mackenzie in Edinburgh, was probably linked. It's probably not too much of a stretch to see that it was linked to wanting to forge relationships and business relationships in order to assist the elevation of his very talented artistic and photographic kind of scientist brother, David Octavius Hill. When you read the histories of David Octavius Hill, there's really no mention of his brothers. And so I'm sort of anticipating, but I have been to Perth and I'm in Scotland and traced the sort of the life of Patrick Hill myself. And I anticipate that, well, I'm looking forward to seeing another copy of the book, basically, so they can fill in some of the dots around the family life of David Octavius Hill, because he's a huge figure. He's a huge figure in Scottish science and Scottish art. And what happens when the skull, Carnegie's skull, is given to Sir George Mackenzie is that he then becomes very interested around 1820. I was very interested in the quack science of phrenology. So lumps and bumps on people's heads, will tell us what their character is like, what their personality is like, and so forth. You have this classic picture at the top of the screen there. And through the University of Edinburgh and in and around the Edinburgh Phrenological Museum, which was the first one of the very early phrenological museums to be established in England, in Britain. Sir George Mackenzie donates Carnavagle's skull as one of his collection to the Edinburgh Phrenological Museum. And that museum then becomes key in the writings of George Combe. And guess who took the photograph of George Combe? David Octavius Hill. Okay. And so you have this, and George Combe then becomes the writer of this book, this phenomenal best-selling book, Constitution of Man, which only ranked third in most read publications in the English language behind the Bible and Pilgrim's Progress during the 19th century. So here we have this event that occurs, the Alton Massacre, this key person, colonial surgeon Patrick Hill, this link to Liverpool Lunatic Asylum, where he then returns, while this is all going on in Europe, he returns and carves out a career and becomes, actually by the end of his life, by sort of 1850, becomes New South Wales' leading colonial surgeon. And the person really responsible for coordinating the early lunatic asylums at Tarbert Creek, Parramatta and so forth after Liverpool. And we have this ripple effect from local history to the international kind of a scene. And if we then just go to the next screen, this is where I get to throw the ball to my good colleague and friend Claire, who is going to say a few words about maybe some links that we've also tried to forge in the book to the present day. So Claire, over to you.
Hi everyone. I'm guessing you cannot see me there, but so I'm just like a voice of God or something at this moment.
We can go back to a picture.
It's okay. Yeah, just a few comments, I guess, on, well, this history and what we wanted to present this history for history's sake. We find it very, very interesting, but as Toby was saying, sometimes you're kind of with an interest in history, you're kind of on the bit of an outsider in our mental health field. So we also wanted to bring it into the present and understand how this history was helpful to mental health today in our field, particularly because I don't think it's news to anybody that we have quite a significant mental health crisis going on across our society and the globe. And some of the challenges that we face in this space is, well, one, we have a way of thinking about mental health that is dominated by what I'd say time-bound ideas and concepts, that being mainly our medical model of mental health and illness. And it's really hard for us to see other ways of thinking about mental health. And history is one of these things that allows us to get a bit of distance, get different perspective, as you all know. So part of what this book tries to do is use history to give us that new perspective so that we can maybe find other ways of understanding what's going on with this mental health crisis and different ways of approaching it. Not dissimilarly and connected to that is within academia and the mental health field and all research, let's say, that too is kind of bound by particular ways of what we think evidence is and what information we think is important in constructing our mental health system or approaches to care. And they tend to be rather depersonalizing and decontextualize people's experiences. And I think through writing through history, we get to recontextualize and repersonalize things, particularly when we're looking at the narratives of people's lives. So I think this is also part of what the book we're aiming to do through all these stories of different peoples, like really just give that context to how mental health issues arise, how they are navigated, people's experiences, hoping that can have a stronger influence and impact in how well, professionals, but also just whoever's picking up this book can start thinking about mental health issues. And I'd say that for me, when I think about this partnership with Liverpool Library, these community partnerships are so important. I think because Toby more than myself, because I'm actually a psychotherapist in private practice at the current time, but for those in academia, we're kind of bound by the kinds of writing and the kinds of information we can put out there. So, I mean, to have this partnership with Liverpool Library really gives us another avenue to say more, do more, perhaps offer some, have a different impact that we wouldn't otherwise be able to have. So, yeah, encouraging all local librarian historians that to understand that those partnerships are there, I think might be really valuable. Toby, did you have anything to say on that? I think that's all I really wanted to point to.
Yeah, that's a nice summary, Claire. Thanks for that. And you know, just to say once again, thank you for the opportunity to share with you guys at the end of a long day. And we're really excited about seeing this book published and launched at some time in the future, you know, potentially later this year. But as it so happens, the bicentenary of the opening of Liverpool is actually next year in 2026. So it's kind of no rush, symbolic things there. But yeah, thanks very much for having us. Thanks, Claire. Any questions? Got any questions? Any points of discussion anyone want to pick up on? Just to mention that on the screen here we do have these two sort of crushing case studies of Miriam Burton's and Forrest Lee. And Miriam Burton's, many people may be familiar with her case because it led to a state government commissioning of mental health many years ago, back in 2014. It's not that long ago, a decade ago. But unfortunately, it hasn't really made the difference. There's so many of these sort of commissions and reports that get written by government don't really seem to make a difference. And that was highlighted by Florence Lee's death last year, which occurred in Liverpool Hospital, in the acute unit of Liverpool Hospital.
Is the skull still over there?
No, and sadly, well, what has occurred is that so Carter Bagel's body was strung up, his decapitated body was strung up with two other bodies. Two skulls have been repatriated to the Australian Museum. They're in the vault of that museum, but they are unable to identify whether or not one of the skulls is Carter Bagel's. There was also one which they believe was a female, and another which was another male, an unidentified male. There's a bit of a journey to go between negotiations, I believe, with local Aboriginal land councils and actually getting the skull back to country. So yeah. People have, there has been some Aboriginal historical work done trying to trace where Carter Bagel's to try and match up whether or not one of these skulls, which is in the vault of the Australian Museum, might be Carter Bagel's, but they haven't been able to do that. Other questions? Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. That's it for today. We've finished, and thank you so much for coming along. Thank you, Tara, for hosting. It was remember, if anyone wants to join the committee, please do so. I'd actually like to thank Simon and Ellen, who's on the committee, for their wonderful contribution, and this couldn't have happened without them on the committee. So thank you, and think about joining, and let us know what you would like discussed or what speaker you'd like at the November meeting. And we'll let you know where that's happening shortly. But thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.